welcome back to Timeless Flux. My name is Sabini, and today we'll have an amazing reading, which I'm so excited to do for you, which is Free Fall into Adventure Part 1, Clear the Fog. This is my very first collaboration with another channel, which is Chemistry with Kimet, and it's Monica's channel. Hello, Monica, if you're watching. The topic of this particular reading is discernment. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a moment, but I just wanted to say I'm so happy about this theme, about this collaboration, because I really do think that right now we are in need of just entering an adventurous spirit and really clearing up the fog and finding new pathways to experiment, to expand, and to bring more and more awareness on whatever may be clouding our judgment, may be clouding our path. And then with the contribution of Monica's video, just charting our course. This is the name of her video, and finding illumination, finding joy, finding encouragement to move forward, and just getting that gusto for life, that maybe whatever's clouding our moment right now is not allowing us to experiment and to taste. So I'm really, really excited about this whole notion of collaborating with another channel for the first time. My meeting with Monica has been of the most blessed ones and filled with serendipity. There were lots of synchronous moments that brought us together. And as you can see, I'm very, very excited about being able to record this video right now. So I just wanted to start by explaining a little bit of how I came across the concept for this reading in the first place, and then how this collaboration became a thing, and how we got together and ended up conceiving this collaborative enterprise. It all started with the notion of discernment that was quite strong, especially for the period in which we're recording, which is the period of Sagittarius, right? It's a reading for Sagittarius season, but it's also a timeless reading. So of course we can never assume that we command anything regarding the ways of spirit. So if you've reached this video at any other point in time that is not Sagittarius 2022, then be welcome and feel free to use this reading any way your intuition is telling you to do that. But we are feeling strong energies related to the need for discernment. And in my very own personal life, I feel like I've been brought to experiences in which I had to discern. I had to develop discernment by reaching deeper and deeper into my own intuition and following meditative practices and learning how to listen to which rituals, herbs, any kind of tool and connection between the physical and spiritual world I would use in order to be able to advance through my everyday life. Because if you've been listening to my videos, if this is not the first video that you're watching here on this channel, you know that I do a lot of different things in my life, not only this channel, and for all the matters I need to attend to for how my days, it can get a little bit chaotic sometimes, and I think that this energy of coming out of the clouds, of first and foremost understanding what this confusion may be all about, and then understanding that as energy levels rise and we are able to just match different energy levels, the external world just changes around us too, and connects us and brings us into connection with objects, people, situations, and circumstances we are in need of materializing them in the external world. So the first thing that occurred to me is that with the topic clearing up the fog to start free falling into our adventure, I would work with smoke reading, candle smoke reading. But then as I was prepping for this reading, I distinctly heard that I should work with a very specific resin, a Brazilian resin made out of woods and herbs that is called breu branco. Loosely translating, literally translating, it would be something like white tar, but I think that white tar in English is not exactly what breu branco is. Breu branco here in this reading is going to be represented by this incense here, which is a thick incense stick, as you can see, right? And it was handmade. It's not an industrial incense, and it has a very strong, but also at the same time, a very fruity, woody, better saying, smell. It's a very specific smell, and it's a Brazilian specific composition, right? It's something that you're probably, unless it's important, not going to find in another part of the world. And it's a powerful conductor of spiritual messages and energy. So it's going to help me like lift up the veil here. And I distinctly heard that I should read its smoke instead of reading any other kind of smoke or candle smoke. So part of this reading is going, well, actually the reading is going to start with me reading, interpreting, and finding the messages in this breu branco incense smoke, okay, which I'm going to apply over the pile you select. I am also working with two of my very favorite white, oh my God, I suddenly forgot the name. Two of my very favorite white quartz, I'm sorry, stones, specifically because these two white crystals have already, white stones, white quartz, they have already helped me in so many different moments in my life to purify my path, okay, and they got me through moments of chaos so many different times. And also they remind me of icebergs, and the iceberg metaphor is so powerful to me. It's so important that I have a specific spread that I heard and I use in my private readings that has two positionings for cards. One is related to what I call the more conscious view in life, which is represented by the tip of the iceberg in this metaphor, and the other is the more unconscious card position, which is represented then by the bottom of the iceberg. So I love the iceberg metaphor, and these crystals, this white quartz, to me they look like icebergs. That's why they are representing the first and the second pile here. I also have a stone that I used to work with relationship related readings, and it's also a stone that blesses my own personal romantic relationship. It is an opal, okay, but it's really milky. I hope you can see it properly in the light, and it's really beautiful, okay, and it's going to represent pile number 3. And I have a crystal that is also very special to me because its tip is broken, and it gives a connotation of, it speaks of how this, what we call a flaw, may be the space through which light enters our life, our scars, our flaws, our whatever seems to be wrong, and whatever seems to be An unwanted marking is what makes us special, and it's what makes us beautiful, representing pile number 4. Okay, so these are all very special stones to me, and they have all been a part of my life, and they are going to just simply add to the reading, to the strength of this reading, as we listen to the messages that are going to clear out the fog for you. Okay, clear up the fog. I also have this crystal pointer here that I have used in many spells, many enchantment, to just simply show me, either by rotating or through meditating and talking to it, paths that I was meant to follow in my life before. And it's a friend of mine. I cannot call it any other way. And of course, the help of my celestite wands here. So it's all very conducive to just having us understand what this fog is all about. And then for the second part, Monica from Chemistry of Kismet is going to be talking about how to chart your course into this free fall in adventure. Okay, so I'm going to give you some time to choose your pile carefully. This is pile number 1, represented by this clear quartz here. Let me show it to you more carefully. Hope you can see it properly. This is pile number 2. Pile number 3 is represented by this opal here. And this will be pile number 4. This beautiful crystal. And let me give you some more time to meditate on your option. And now, if you're ready, let's start. Okay, if you've chosen pile number 1, let's clear the fog for your free fall into adventure. You've selected, I don't know if you've skipped the introduction, you've selected a crystal that reminds me of an iceberg, okay? And the iceberg metaphor is really powerful to me. So it talks about not seeing the situation for what it is, because you can only see the tip of the iceberg. But for this icebergy configuration here in particularly, what I see is that, I don't know if you can see it properly. This iceberg, of course, it stays very well. It has a strong base to it. It's not that its base, it's not strong enough to hold it in this position, but it's also an irregular base. See it here? It's an irregular base. So there could be something about the foundations of what you're trying to do in your life that is not solid yet. And maybe this is what what the fog is covering right now as we enter your reading, and we try to bring some discernment to your situation, okay? It's something to meditate upon since you've selected this specific crystal. Maybe there's something about the foundations of your enterprises, of whatever you're trying to manifest in your life, that is not really, you see, there's even kind of a hole here. Sorry, I was not showing it properly. A cuneiform, a hole here in the base, yeah. So there's something that does not allow this crystal, the base of this crystal, to be completely solid if we see it as an iceberg, okay? So you see, it tilts a little bit. And maybe there's something about the foundations of what you're trying to manifest that still needs to be solidified. It could imply getting back to the drawing board, or not to the drawing board really, but getting back to the principles of what you're trying to manifest, and recheck on how it started, and recheck on what could be missing. But maybe this is something that you don't see right now. Maybe this is something the fog is covering up to this moment, okay? So this is just like a first implication. As I said also in the introduction, for this reading, we are going to work with a powerful substance, a Brazilian substance called breu branco. There's not a very good literal translation for that in English. It is a resin. Here I have it in the format of an incense stick. I'm going to light it up right now and read its smoke before I enter your tarot cards. And then we're going to read tarot for confirmation of the smoke reading. And we're also going to have some oracle cards talking about how this, what's causing clouded thinking, and how could we have more discernment on how to then disperse these clouds so that you can free fall into your adventure. So let me light up the incense here and give me some moments to just meditate and connect to the smoke. Okay. I don't know. Feel free, of course, to look at the smoke, connect with the smoke, and make use of your own intuition. But it's quite common that the smoke spirals towards the wind I have here. I have turned off any source of wind. I have a fan right behind me. It's very hot here right now. And of course, I'm not considering my own breathing. That might influence the snow. But it's quite common that it spirals. And at certain given moments, after I've lit it up for you, I saw it spiraling, and I'm still seeing, towards the left in very irregular patterns. and it's doing it again. Now that's my breathing, you see. I'm going to just, yeah, let it here to the side now. But it was spiraling towards the left in very irregular, it's like the spiral was collapsing to the left. And what I see is, since the left is highly connected to the receptive side of our bioenergetic body, and since the pattern, the irregular pattern was forming there, what I saw was a huge difficulty in receiving some of the blessings that were due to the work you're already doing to bring about what you want to manifest in the world. So I see, and we were talking about something that might be missing in the base, in the foundation of what you want to manifest. So the first thing I see with the smoke here is that maybe what's clouding your thinking is a difficulty in receiving. Okay, this is the first thing I see. Now let me organize everything I saw here, because it's kind of messages are coming very fast, faster than I can speak. There seems to be some kind of, if you resonate with the messages for this pile, there seems to be some level of difficulty in receiving, and this could manifest in many different ways. So it could be hard for you to receive help. It could be hard, even if it's being freely offered. I'm not even talking about a difficulty in asking for help, but I imagine if it's hard for you to receive help, it would be also hard for you to ask for help. But that's not really what I'm seeing yet. Maybe the tarot cards are going to talk about that. But what I see is a difficulty in receiving blessings that are already being showered over you, because they actually are being showered over all of us. The universe is bountiful, and due to the configurations, the illusionary configurations we have going on here in Maya, in this world, this material 3D world, it's hard for us to see how many blessings we have surrounding us. But in your case specifically, the way this spiral got deconfigured and imbalanced to the left, I see a difficulty receiving that could then make to a faulty base, a faulty foundation for the things you want to manifest. And I see that this could be something you need to clear up before you free fall into a more adventurous life or into your next adventure. So this could manifest in many different ways. Maybe there are people trying to tell you about opportunities. Maybe there are opportunities already there available to you. Maybe there was a very specific message that maybe is going to resonate with only a part of you, only some of you in this group. But I kept seeing a dress, a dress. And it was a white dress, and it was twirling, it was, I didn't see a woman or a man or, any person wearing this dress, but I just simply saw the dress, and the dress was kind of spinning in the empty air, and this dress to me represented gifts that actually come to you from different people, and freebies, life's freebies that come to you and that maybe you do not value as much as you should. So I'm going to give you an example I don't know. I think no, I didn't mention any other video, or maybe I did. I don't remember right now. But um, I I use a lot of pens. Okay, I write a lot, handwriting, and I usually buy these boxes filled with pens, like 60 pens, 70 pens, because they're it's cheaper. And then I bought my last box of, I don't know, 70 pens like 3 years ago or 40 years ago. I also, well, I use a lot of pens, spend them. And then this year I only had two left. And I started saying, oh, I need to buy another box of pens. I need to buy another box of pens. They're going to well, I'm gonna need them, etc. And then in the space of over the course of 1 or 2 weeks, I started receiving pens out of nowhere, and it was so it was so strange because it was like someone forgot a pen with me, a person that I was probably never going to see again. This is very common, I know. But then someone came to deliver a package of books, because I also work as a publisher, and this is very normal. It happens all the time here. So they came to deliver this package of books, and the person voluntarily said, oh, keep this pen. It's a present from me out of nowhere. So I got an extra pen, another pen. And then I actually received a pen for my birthday, a special pen. So you see, it's this kind of freebie. Of course, they don't have to be pens. But what I'm saying is the first message is there's kind of a prejudice or an attitude of yours that is preventing you from receiving things, or actually preventing you from valuing the things that you receive for free. As if you had to work for every single thing that you receive, or if they didn't have value unless you work for them really hard, or if the universe didn't give you anything, or if you name it. But there is a need. The fog would be uncovering in the first place how much you receive from the universe, and this receptive side of yours would need to be unblocked, would need to be cherished, would need to be recognized, would need to be honored before you could really free fall into adventure. Because being an adventurous person and being able to then chart your course with Monica's video, the continuation of this whole collab here, kind of depends on discerning where your opportunities lay and where, and being able to cherish them, and being able to receive them, basically being able to bathe in the glory of being alive, and understanding how they work for you and how they work through you, right? So the receptive side needs to be really open, so that the base of this amazing iceberg that you're about to uncover in an adventure is solid. And of course, even in the human body, the base of the human body is your feet. That if you do any kind of massage, but some specific kind of energetic massages, like on your feet, you can access the whole body through your feet, doing and specific like acupuncture in your feet, on your feet, can actually heal your whole body and achieve internal organs that are very very distant from your feet. So the base of your body is very important. If the base of your body is not activated, how is this body going to stand? You are overcharging, and it becomes overwhelming for the whole structure of your body to carry it through the days. In the iceberg metaphor is the same thing. How are you going to carry the weight of everything that you mean to manifest in the world if the base of your iceberg is not strong enough, if there's something missing? And I see that what's clouding your judgment right now is not seeing that there is some kind of a prejudice or blockage towards receiving things. And this is something you would need to investigate. This is something you would need to meditate upon, because there are blessings all around you. There are incoming freebies from the universe, be them as concrete as pens and money and material things, or more, more unconventional and immaterial blessings. But they are there for a reason. And if you feel like it's something that diminishes you, or if you feel like you shouldn't be receiving them, or you're actually not receiving them, how is the universe ever going to provide for your needs? Okay, so this is the first message I see with the candle, with the smoke reading and with the Breu Branco. Now let's see what the tarot has to tell us. Well, let me turn it to me. The first card we have here is the Six of Cups in reverse. Oh my God, this is so to the point. Okay, because the Six of Cups in reverse talks precisely about an imbalance in give and take, and also tells me that it comes from your past, from your childhood, from maybe what I'm hearing precisely or specifically here is that most of you have been taught that receiving puts you in a position of being in debt, indebted to the other person, okay, generates a debt. So if you never receive anything, it doesn't matter if it's from the universe, from another person, if you create a structure in which you're the sole responsible for everything that you get, if you can prove that you got it by yourself, then no one can charge you later on. No one will be able to point at you and say, but I've helped you. I've contributed with your success with that pen, up to this level of, because this is it's a fear-based belief in the end that someone may charge you. And it's probably rooted in some very specific events in your life that are, I don't mean to diminish this kind of fear, because I know what it is to experiment. When people manipulate what they give, they normally generate this kind of fear-based independence. Now, I want to, before we even talk about the other cards, talk about fear-based independence and the difference between fear-based independence and true independence. Independence is a beautiful divine quality, divine trait. But when we talk about fear-based independence, as I see represented by the Six of Cups in reverse here, it really clouds our judgment, because we start believing that it is even possible to get things done and to obtain material gain by ourselves, okay, alone. And that it's even shameful to count on other people for help and to be open, as our first smoke reading suggested, to be open to receive blessings and help from other people, okay? So this is a confirmation that it would be probably difficult for you, if you resonate with this bio, to ask for help. Not only to ask, but to receive when help is offered freely, okay? Or when things are offered freely. And this is a huge imbalance, because this is a misunderstanding of what independence truly is. We are all interdependent here. I keep on repeating that in my channel all the time, because it's a very important spiritual concept. There's no such a thing as an independence that comes from isolation, okay? There's a very beautiful Osho's and Tarot deck card that is isolation, right? That clearly indicates how emotionally frozen we are when we start believing that isolation is independence. And what I see for you here is that you've been brought up to believe that the riskier move you could do in life was to put your welfare, your well-being, your quality of life, and your survival, because we are talking here about a fear related to survival mode, on the hands of other people. But it came to a level in which now that I believe you are calmer, you're living a more stable life, if you resonate with this pile, and you can understand at this point in the game who is more toxic and who is more of a collaborator friend. I think that if you came to this bio, you can already understand and identify this people who vibe or do not vibe with you. It came to a point in which these basic fears coming from childhood and these beliefs in isolation as independence are not allowing you to feel adventurous in your life and to really expand the way you need to expand, because you are unable, not unable, but you have restraints on receiving. Okay, so take a look at this image in the upper right. This is all about being able to receive a kind gesture, an object, a gift. Meditate on this image, freeze and pause the image, and use it to your adventure, also, but to your advantage if you have to. Print the screen if you have to. Are you able to see yourself comfortably in the position of receiving something that you didn't have to necessarily traditionally with money pay for, and just as a kind gesture from a stranger? Is this something that sounds uncomfortable to you? Okay, even when you have to pay for something, do you feel like it's okay because you've paid, or do you feel like you haven't paid enough? Do you feel okay with receiving things in your life, and up to what point? And if you don't, why? This is the question. Okay, this is the channel that is closed or partially closed, and it's closed by the clouds. We are trying to clear the fog. We are trying to clear through this reading. Now let's check your other cards. The second card we have here is the Magician, and the third card is the Star. The Star was in reverse. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Because you are trying to start something new, represented in this whole collaborative reading as the adventure you want to start. You have everything it takes, as the Magician suggests. All of the 4 elements represented here tell me that you have all of the skills necessary to manifest whatever you want to manifest in your life. And furthermore, I'm hearing here that other people, we are going to confirm that, but I just want to check something for you really clear. Yeah, I have to the sea. I was not going to do that, but for you, I really have to. I have the To the Sea card, which is the utmost card of going out on an adventure, yeah, in reverse. You have everything that it takes, but it's kind of hard to just, get your boat going. If you feel alone, to get the first movement of, okay, I'm going to get like my basic luggage here, pack my things and go. If I don't see it myself, but I think that other people already see that you have everything it takes to start a new phase in your life in which you are able to receive everything that you imagine you are capable of receiving, okay? Because I feel like you already know what you want to manifest in this world. And furthermore, you already know what you're meant to receive. So I cannot see in this reading, I think there are many different people watching in many different areas of human action and many different occupations at many different stages in their lives, because I can't even see an example here. It's not about that. But I can see that the people coming to this reading already know what they want to manifest, and it's about life projects. They have a clear view on where they want to go, and they have callings in their life. So you have a calling in your life, but it's very hard to take the first steps if you feel like somehow you cannot receive. You have to work through all of the it's like I want to, but I can't, because I can't receive what I want to receive, you know. It needs to, I need help understanding why I can't receive. And this is what this reading is trying to tell you. You are only going to be able to receive, and this is what the Star card in reverse is talking about, once you recover your hope that you are someone who is able to deal with your own emotions and your own fear established here. But what you truly need to understand at this point is that first, there's a blockage on receiving, and secondly, this hope that you really need to recover is about very small everyday actions that you can do to recover a sense of control over your own emotions. So it's not about a big step in which emotional stability is going to be at once recovered, you know, because I feel like sometimes you may idealize people who you feel are more courageous than you and do not have this kind of problem and can simply accept gifts and accept compliments and accept opportunities. You are not going to change into this person, because there's really nothing to change about you. You are the magician. You're able to do anything you want. We are talking about a belief that was installed when you were a child. And that is very, very strong, but it's also very, it may not work for you at this point in your life. It may be, clouding your judgment right now. But it's also very purposeful in the sense that once you get past this fog, you're going to be the person who's not only going to achieve the manifestation you want, but it's going to be able to tell people how you've done it, past the issue of being so afraid of receiving. And this is beautiful, okay? A lot of people who feel entitled to everything they've acquired in life, who have different kinds of fog that are not related to receiving, who feel truly entitled, they do not have the same awareness on how someone could prevent themselves from sharing the many blessings around them, simply because they were told they shouldn't occupy space in the world. They should fend for themselves through isolation, okay? So in many ways, they won't be able to, or it's harder for them to appreciate what they have to the level you're going to appreciate once you bring this into balance, okay? Once you understand that, yes, you can receive. Yes, you can open the receptive channel, the in channel, as opposed to yang. okay? So what they're saying here is that you're going to be hopeful again, but you're not going to be hopeful again by insisting on waking up one day and simply, miming or reproducing a stereotype of the brave, courageous person who simply goes to the sea without checking, examining your very first basic beliefs that you shouldn't accept things from strangers. It sounds like when a mother, this belief of yours sounds like when a mother says you shouldn't accept things from strangers. And a part of you is still there at this moment in your childhood, when you look at both sides on the street before you cross, and you listen to your parents telling you, if someone approaches you, do not accept. Maybe this person, maybe the gift is poisonous, or maybe this person has second intentions with you. And it's hard for you to believe now that you've grown, that you've outgrown this kind of advice, because now you can filter what's for you and what's not for you. But the thing is, you can filter. You just have to analyze why you're still holding on to this kind of advice. And the true reason why you're still holding on to this kind of advice is that there have been some moments in your life in which people truly abused your confidence, your trust. Not your confidence, but your trust. And manipulated the things, you tried to manipulate you, better saying, because you're here, you've survived, so they couldn't in the end, right? This is an important thing to remember, your survival. So they tried to manipulate you by offering you things that then later on they would charge you for, okay? This is the origin of trauma. Maybe your own family has done that to you by saying things like, but I paid for your school, but I paid for your upbringing, but I was there, and you're only alive and well and became an adult and developed, no matter how old you are, because I was there for you, always charging, always creating debts, when in fact they did this because it was a part of their mission, and because ultimately they wanted to, okay? So this kind of karma is being brought to an end as you realize that yes, you can receive, and not all of the people that you're going to attract are into this cycle of abuse and manipulation. And furthermore, that you can recover, you can turn this card upside by simply recognizing that you can deal with the emotions left by this whole belief set here in childhood, by dealing with them every single day, not trying to assume a brave face all the time and being independent and isolating, but dealing with the pain every single day, doing something that honors the pain, but also takes good care of you, because you have overcame the most difficult parts of your life and reached the point in which you can understand this belief as fog, not as reality, okay? I hope I'm making myself clear. So they're saying, be very gentle with yourself at this point in the game. Be very gentle with yourself and take very good care of yourself once you understand that giving and receiving, also to turn this card upside down, giving and receiving to the point in which you feel comfortable in this situation should be a balanced act in which you give and receive and feel comfortable in both positions. And whenever you're uncomfortable receiving, it's like even before your biggest adventure, whatever you want to manifest, the first pre-adventure, as you clear the fog, is to feel comfortable in the position of receiving, right? Let's see what the oracles are going to tell us about that, because then you're going to start, you need to start practicing being comfortable in the receiver's position so that you recover this hope here for life and this gusto for life. And these little small steps of, okay, I'm going to receive this pen, and I'm going to connect with the fact that blessings are all around me, and I'm going to honestly connect to the fact that I don't want to use the word deserve. I've been avoiding this whole time using the word deserve, because I think that we all deserve these blessings that come freely into our lives. But in your case, not to say deserve, I would say connecting to the fact as you receive something that you are a part of the collective. That when you receive something, what's actually happening is that the collective is making a move towards you. It's extending a hand and saying, come, you're a part of this collective, no matter what people said. Look, when I'm giving you this reading, what I'm actually doing here from Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, the islands of Paquetá, what I'm actually doing, and I get the chills while I say this, is telling you, come, you're a part of this human collective. You don't need to be as isolated as that. There are many blessings for you out there. There are free courses. There are free spirits all around you offering help, offering pieces of advice, offering support. You are with us. I am with you. We are all with you. And maybe we don't have the most synchronous words or the most correct. Yeah, you see, the next card I have for you is by the book. You're trying to do things by the book, but the books in the end, this is what I'm hearing, were actually written by people. So even when you try to follow the rules, these rules were also written by people. There's no escape. If you try to isolate because you don't want to be indebted to no one, in the end, you are a part of the collective, and the collective keeps reaching out and trying to give you a hand and say, look, these are your blessings, accept, because they are going to make it easier for you to start whatever you mean to start. Do not isolate. Come with us. Clear this fog by accepting what we're trying to give. If it comes in the shape of a book, okay, then be it, but you're not alone. The isolation that you feel, this is just a matter of illusion, okay? It's an illusion. Do not believe in that anymore. The illusion was created as a form of manipulation, but you're so beyond that in this phase of your life. I also have coming out here, I have chaos and conflict, okay? By the book is 11, so this is talking about following your intuition on whether you're going to accept someone's help or not. You already have this discernment inside of you. It's just a matter of connecting. What should I be listening to and what I shouldn't be listening to? I already have a reading on that. This was my latest reading if you want to check it out, but for more specific information. But you already have this filter built in upon you as you listen to your intuition. But 11 is also a card that talks about strength. So you have the necessary strength to collect the blessings that the universe has been trying to give you, and to open your receptive side to the point in which you don't feel so alone. And then you can turn this card. This is all about turning cards upside down as you receive the blessings that are already there in your life for you to see. And with chaos and conflict, this is number 33, and we have another 6. You see, you guys, chaos and conflict, what you've been calling chaos and conflict. It's not chaos and conflict at all. This is not how I read this card in your reading, okay? It's about round and round. It's about the Wheel of Fortune, and the number we have here, 25, 7, movement. What you see as chaos and conflict, what you see as something that you cannot control because you haven't, in your narrative, you haven't earned yourself. It's not independent because it's not something that you have gotten yourself, because it's a freebie, because it's something people are offering. It's not chaos and conflict at all. It's a series of opportunities and events that the universe has been trying to give you, to offer you, so that you can advance, so that you can learn, so that you can interact with the world. The world's been trying to give you a lot of things, but you understand as chaos, that as chaos and conflict, because they have not been conquered, or they have not been earned by you and by you alone. And then what the message here is, you see, you need to change your perspective when it comes to that, because what's clouding your view right now and what's preventing you from even feeling adventurous is that you don't understand what you call chaos and conflict is actually only movement. It's movement all around you, trying to bring you blessings that you don't see as blessings. You see as tumult, confusion, things you need to organize, okay? So maybe some of you are struggling with some level of OCD. I'm not going to diagnose anyone, but maybe some of you deal with some level of control, and then control issue, and this control issues are preventing you from actually receiving, because you have this filter of what's good and what's not good inside of you, but maybe this filter has been raised to a level in which it's hard for you to, accept things that would actually be positive to you. And in the end, if you accept something that's negative for you, what they're saying here is that at this stage, you already know better to experiment and then give a step back the minute you realize this is negative. Okay, so the dress I saw spinning in a smoke invites you to receive the freebies the universe is offering you. It doesn't matter if they come in the format of situations, if they come in the format of experiences, etc., and invites you to understand that once you wear the freebie, once you use the freebie, whatever you need to do with the freebie, you will have an internal register of peace or how can I say, or discomfort. And this internal register of peace or discomfort, give it like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you will know, is what's going to tell you if this freebie is for you or not. But do not close the door to the opportunities, objects, etc. before you experiment. Otherwise, it's never going to be a true adventure. It's never going to be your true, honest to God assessment, okay? This is what needs to change. This is what's going to consolidate the basis for your iceberg here. Let's see what else we have. I want to take some cards from the Literary Witches Oracle for maybe specific messages, because this oracle has literary witches, women writers from all eras that talk about with specific keywords. Some of them I know, some of them I don't know, and also prompts that could bring us a specific message. Oh, I have Leslie Marmon Soko, community. What was I talking about, you guys? You have a strong community around you of individuals trying to bring you blessings, trying to bless you, doing this, okay? I am being called to tell you that your origins, your ancestors, may be really important in the search of the tools you're going to take in this next adventure of yours, in what you're trying to manifest. So maybe, I think we all know around the world how difficult it is to assess non-white origins and ancestors. At least here in Brazil, but I think in all parts of the world, most of the non-white cultures have been erased due to Orientalism and racism in many shapes and forms. So a lot of us actually do not know who our ancestors were and our lineages. And it could be interesting for you to go looking for these lineages to the best ways possible. But also, if you cannot find the actual individuals who were a part of your lineages, you can try to connect to your ancestors through meditation, asking for guidance. And if you're not that into it, you can try to study their history. You can try to tap into their culture, because there are many different ways of understanding giving and receiving. And most of the non-white, non-Western, non-capitalist societies understand the act of receiving in a completely different way we do in Western societies or in standard mainstream societies. So connecting to the contributions of native cultures, of African based cultures, of any other non-mainstream culture, let's put it like that, can be very useful, especially if these cultures are related to your ancestor lineages. Okay, this may have been erased from the way you were brought up, and many of the beliefs you have here blocking the way you understand receiving might be connected to an erasure process of your ancestors' influence. So this could all be a part of your mission, rekindling your connection with the ancestors' beliefs and cultures and rituals to the extent you feel comfortable with doing, because this could also heal your family lineage and karma and be a huge contribution for your lineage to the the years to come, the centuries to come even, which will in tune make it much easier for you to manifest and make you more in tune with whatever you're meant to receive. Let's see, I already have another card here. This is rabbit. Oh, I love that the power of the rabbit is here in your reading. I really love it. So this may be a very specific sign for some of you. You may have a pet rabbit trying to connect to you. You may feel like rabbits are an inspiration, but rabbits, to me, they talk about speed. Okay, so speed here in this reading in particular, they talk about how you're going to gain speed and have your sales gaining speed and setting your sails once you understand that it is okay to receive, once you reconfigure your ideas upon receiving, okay? And once you see the beauty in receiving, because receiving in the end, and this is something I learned from the Gasho Heiki meditation, I'm studying Heiki, this is receiving is in the end giving another human being the opportunity of being grateful to you. And being grateful, showing gratitude, is one of the strongest forms of energy we have of connecting to interdependency. So whenever we are grateful to someone, to something, to an event, we actually do not need, I think it's always good, but we actually do not need to say thanks to the other person. Gratitude is an energy that if you're truly grateful, the other person is going to feel, no matter where this person is in the world, immediately. I truly believe that, because it's such a powerful energy that if you're grateful, as I am grateful to you watching this video right now, the other person is going to feel it. It's an instant exchange of energy. Gratitude, it glues everything together, just like love. Okay, so it's like if you are receiving, then you're grateful. And if you can connect easily and fluidly with the energy of receiving, you're giving someone the opportunity of being grateful. And then you're receiving this gratitude right back at you. And you're reestablishing the flow of life in this way, okay? I feel like your ancestor lines, they knew how to do this very well. And you're going to recover the speed of your manifesting powers once you can be back on the track of receiving, okay? So this is such a powerful reading, you guys. I also have Jamaica Kincaid, history. Oh my God. I got the chills right now all over my legs and arms. This card was in reverse, you guys. So history in reverse. Jamaica Kincaid, for those of you who don't know, she was an amazing writer, and she was a huge student of history. So she was all about uncovering the roots of her own ancestry lines, and especially women. So you may want to check her work out. But it was in reverse. So yeah, certainly there's a huge indicator here. You should go digging deep into the history of your ancestors. They have too much, not too much, but they have a lot to teach you in regards to how to receive more, and how receptive inner energy is beautiful, and how there's something about the way you've been raised. Maybe some of you, I'm hearing, have been adopted. So the true lineage, the true contribution of your original ancestry line was not able to manifest in your early childhood the way it should have been. Okay, so go digging deep into that, because there are answers in history, in your ancestral lineage history, for you on how to receive and how to honor the receptive side of your nature. There's a whole shift in perspective awaiting for you. And once this fog is cleared out, you're going to gain speed. You're going to become this rabbit spirit here, just sailing towards your manifestations. One last message from the Love Oracle messages here for you. Spirit, one last message for pile number one. Such a beautiful and powerful reading. One last message. We have three messages. What? Oh, a lot of messages. Oh my God. Help me here. One last messages. These are affirmations that maybe you want to carry with you out of this reading. Okay, one last message, Spirit. I have two. Okay, I'm going to take these two messages. The first one is when I'm aligned with the love of the universe, peace cannot be disrupted. When I'm aligned with the love of the universe, peace cannot be disrupted. So this is a very important message, because it reminds me of, once this freebie comes, remember that the whole strategy here was, you're not going to revolutionize fear by putting up a facade, a poker face of isolation. You're going to make it little by little, by accepting the blessings, the freebies. They keep repeating the name freebies, because they are very concrete things, as I say, that you're receiving right now. And maybe you're not seeing, or you're having problems accepting. So once the freebies come, see how they make you feel. If they make you feel at peace, then they're positive. They are part of your path. You're strong enough to realize that, okay? When I'm aligned with the love of the universe, peace cannot be disrupted. So it's like these freebies are also showing you if you're aligned or not, and you're going to see if they're aligned or not. It's kind of a spiral that is not going to be disrupted anymore. You're spiraling with whatever you receive, able to understand if they are a part of your journey or not. And the second message I have is, my capacity to tune into the energy of love gives me the words I need when I'm ready to speak up, the compassion I need when it's time to forgive, and the power I need when I'm lost. I'll leave it here just some time if you want to print the screen. The capacity to tune into the energy of love gives me the words I need when I'm ready to speak up, the compassion I need when it's time to forgive, the power I need when I'm lost. So these are three indicators of what you're receiving right now, be it in the form of objects, situations, or people that you can also look for. You're receiving, whenever you're connected, words, compassion, and power. you may want to write these words down, but the universe is trying to give you the right words to express yourself, compassion in the form of other people, of the energy, the empowerment, the encouragement you need at each given moment, and the power to keep on doing what you're doing and facing your original fears when you're lost. So the words you need, the compassion you need, and the power you need. This is trying to enter your life, but you need to open your channel, clear the fog by opening your receptive channel before you free fall into adventure. Okay? So I hope you've enjoyed this reading. And for the second part of the reading, please do not forget to check Chemistry with Kismet's channel with Monica's reading on Chart Your Course, because this is the second part of our collab that's going to talk about, after you clear this fog, how are you going to then chart your course to work with this magician energy here and start implementing whatever you need to implement in this beautiful mission you have. I hope you enjoyed this reading. Thanks for staying up to this moment. It is really a beautiful ancestry line connected discovery process here. And if you feel free, comfortable to share more about the specifics of how you've connected here, leave a comment, also leave a like, subscribe to the channel. It was my pleasure. Bye-bye. Hello, pile number 2. If you've selected this beautiful crystal here, this is your free fall into adventure. Clear the fog, my collaboration with Monica from Chemistry with Kismet Tarot. And this Clear the Fog, part 1 of our collaboration, is all about recognizing what's causing clouded thinking, and it's all about discernment. So I wanted to start talking about this crystal you've chosen. It is a clear quartz in its rough root format. It's actually a very beautiful stone, and I normally relate it, if you've skipped the introduction, to the image of an iceberg. Now, icebergs, to me, they talk about the relationship between, as in thinking about the tip of the iceberg, bottom of the iceberg, the relationship between the conscious and unconscious mind, right? And what's interesting about this particular crystal is that it reminds me of an iceberg, but if you see, the tip of the iceberg would be kind of playing here, you see? So something that came to my mind immediately as I held this stone here, and I had to meditate upon it before I started recording this reading for almost like half a day. I was looking at it and I saw a situation in which you do not see the results for your work at this moment. And this is a part of what's clouding your vision right now, your thinking right now. So I feel like whatever is maybe making the spirit of your life a little bit more confusing is relating to what you understand as a lack of results. And these results would be they are not due to a lack of foundation, because you see here in this crystal, I have a very strong foundation that is also very solid, very it keeps the crystal right here on my table beautifully, right? Beautifully positioned. The other thing that I really wanted to say, also talking about crystals helping us here, is about this crystal pointer. It was turned to the west of where I am filming, from the position I'm filming right here. And then when I was meditating, starting a reading, I don't know how, and I don't know why, it tilted a little bit to the north. So I consider this also a message that whatever this next adventure of yours and the process of clearing up the fog is, before you free fall into adventure, you need to consider that your next step and your next the next results that you're so anxiously waiting for, they are more connected to your mission in life than to any impulsive sort of behavior dream that you could have planned. It's not about just, it's not about throwing yourself out there, but it's more about an adventure that comes through what really resonates with your heart and with what makes your heart sing, is what I'm hearing, okay? Because when we come from a shift from the west to the north, I'm thinking about everyone who's the explorers going to the west and they don't really know what they're going to find there, and they are looking for new opportunities in life, and they know that they're going to start from zero, as opposed to facing your north node, facing your mission, and yes, going on your on an adventure that has your number on it, that's very truthful to your soul, and that rings all tunes, rings all bells, to you, speaks to your core, but it's coming from a place of true connection to spirit and to your intuition. So I see two situations here, and I thank very much from messages of these crystals that never fail me. I see two situations here that are yet to be confirmed by our smoke reading. We will also have smoke reading for this for this specific spread, but two messages. The first is there's a subtle shift in direction coming for this next adventure of yours that moves you from previous adventures that were more impulsive and more connected to maybe instant pleasure and more of a sense that I don't know really where I'm going, but I know that I'm always dedicating to starting from zero and giving a chance to completely different and new landscapes, to an adventure that speaks to your heart, and maybe you even can anticipate and you already know the terrain a little bit. It's not something completely new, but it's still adventurous because it is connected to your soul's mission. So this would be something like, if if I would put it in a trips term, in traveling terms, this would be going to a country that you already know, but then I'm going because I want to explore something related to my lineage, something related to knowledge that I know is going to be important for a better understanding who I am or my family. If I put it in work terms, this is less about exploring a completely different career and more about exploring in depth a career that I'm already familiar with, but in a way that I've never done before. If I'm talking about academic terms, this would be not about rewriting my thesis completely, but would be about narrowing down the topic, and then exploring something that is a little bit new, but then my previously researched literature review would still be useful, okay? It's something in which you're not throwing away everything that you already know, this next adventure of yours, but it's something that is clearly important and talks to your core, and it's based on previous knowledge because your foundation is solid. But the thing is, what's clouding your thinking and what's clouding your view right now, I see here, is related to the fact that you've been working on your foundations, on what seem to be these foundations for such a long time. It doesn't matter if we're talking about your personal life, your personal development, or your professional life, maybe a combo, but you feel like you've been working on yourself and on your everyday practices for so long, and you still cannot see the results that you were expecting, or maybe you feel like there's an unfair imbalance in terms of what you've been dedicating, the energy you've been putting on, the efforts that you've been dedicating to whatever you do, and the kind of results that's shown. Okay, the tip of the iceberg is missing. It's like you can see all of the construction that you've been building so far, but the tip of the iceberg is missing. The tip of your iceberg is missing. Now let's see, if you skip the introduction, I'm going to read smoke from this stick here. This stick is not just any stick. It's a stick composed by resin of a wooden, well, it's a wooden resin incense, and this resin is called breu branco, is really a Brazilian native kind of wood that is specific from the region of Pará. There's no good translation for that in English, so I'm not even going to try to translate anything. And I'm going to turn off my fan. It's really hot in here today in Brazil, so that it does not interfere with the kind of smoke I'm producing here, and lit up the stick. This is what I'm doing right now. And I'm going to make my best so that you can see the smoke it's producing and concentrate. Feel free to also concentrate on the smoke and give me a moment to read it before I assess your tarot cards. Okay, so let me just put it here and put the stick, put out the stick. Okay. Okay, so what I saw in the smoke, I don't know if you could accompany well, and please consider your interpretations to the most of your, follow your intuition. But what I saw in the smoke, this smoke normally produces spirals, right? And in your case, it first produced two lines of possibilities, two very distinct lines of possibilities. So it's like there's a path, there's a crossroads of some sort. And it's interesting because here in the configuration, they were actually pointing at west and north. So I see a decision to be made, and this decision is precisely before, it's precisely between being more impulsive and following something that is maybe sounds easier, sounds more fun, sounds less connected to what you've been doing so far. But then again, if you choose this, you would have to leave behind all of these foundations that you've already built up to this moment. And then if you choose this, your next adventure is going to take you to a completely different area, scenario, country, make it fit your situation, maybe a different place. to live in a different house, maybe a different area of studies, professional life, a completely different route. This seems to be a little bit more impulsive, but since you've been working so hard and you don't see results for your current path, up to the point in which you maybe think this is not your right path at all, then this West calling you to explore and start start from scratch is what I'm hearing. It's very appealing, right? And then I saw a completely different line precisely pointing to the north here, and then the crystal pointer was doing that too, but it's still subtle. Like saying, but there's another option, and the other option that I think that if you're resonating with this bio, you already know what it would be, or at least you have some kind of indicator of what it would be. This is not such a clear cut from whatever you've been doing so far. It doesn't bring such a harsh change, and maybe it doesn't sound like so adventurous, but it's still an adventure because it proposes a slight alteration on the path, on the course that you've been following. A subtle alteration is the word that I'm hearing, and it's somehow more connected to your essence. It's somehow more connected to what you're already doing, and it brings the benefit of not throwing away all of this beautiful foundation that you've been building so far. So it's going to be different for each one of you watching this bio, okay? I have already given examples related to, maybe it's the literature review that you're not going to throw away because you're just going to narrow down on your thesis topics and things like that. Or maybe it's the area of work that you're, instead of just changing completely your professional area, you're just going to adjust a little bit to something that's more promising and that's more passionate. But because you haven't seen results, this is the point here. Your judgment is a little clouded because it's like, how am I going to stay this course? How am I going to turn this pointer here and stay this course? Even if it's, how am I going to adjust and stay this course instead of just starting something completely new if I can't see the results yet of this foundation that I've been building? And I believe what they're saying here is the results are going to come, but there's still one subtle last adjustment to be made. Your adventure in whatever you have going on is not yet finished, but don't worry if you adjust this last step, if you make this last couple of adjustments to the north, to whatever feels like your mission, to whatever feels like true to your heart, if you listen to your intuition, and yes, narrow down on whatever you have already been doing, understand what needs to be a little bit course corrected, understand what needs to be done so that you feel more in tune with yourself. Understand how not to throw away all of the foundations that you have already been building and still find joy in life and still find like this is a huge adventure. Regain this sense of adventure in whatever you've been doing so far. New pathways, new avenues are going to open up and you will see these results. This is more or less what they're saying. Now let's see what the tarot cards are saying. Well, first we have the Five of Pentacles, okay? Then we have the Ten of Pentacles, which is amazing. Five of Pentacles, Ten of Pentacles. Then we have the Ace of Swords in reverse, which makes perfect sense, okay? And finally, we have the King of Wands. Yeah, so it's like up to this moment, what's been clouding your judgment is that you came to this crossroads in your life in which really you don't know if you should like start something completely new because you can't see results for whatever you've been doing in your life. Because with this Five of Pentacles, what I see is you either, as I said before, have been putting a lot of effort into something that's not fructifying the way you would like it to fructify, or you feel like whatever you've been dedicating to has reached its peak, its limit, but the general feeling is of being left out in the cold, as these people here represent, and as this card normally suggests, okay? But with the Ten of Pentacles right next to this card, what I see is that you're this close, really this close to getting everything that you want, but there's one step further that needs to be given in the direction of, it's subtle, you see, it's subtle, like the turning of the crystal pointer here. There's one step further that needs to be given in the direction of finding out how you could have more pleasure or be more in tune with yourself in the area that you already are, or doing what you're already doing. Or because I see that the source of your material abundance right now is not bringing you the pleasure that you thought it was going to bring you. It doesn't matter really if money is enough, if you feel like you're left out in the cold. Of course it matters, and I don't mean to sound insensitive about that, but in terms of a general spiritual overview and in terms of destiny, it's like they're saying, since we're talking about what's clouding your judgment, it's like they're saying you should focus a little bit less on the fact that you're not getting the results, because they're really not there and they're confirming that, and a little bit more on the fact that, on asking yourself why you're not feeling happy and fulfilled about what you're doing. Because once you're focused on the results that are not there, it's kind of like you forget to put your energy on liking what you do, okay? And the message they're repeating here is you need to like what you do. It doesn't matter if this activity is personal or professional. It doesn't matter even if it's an activity meant to earn you money or not. But you need to like what you're doing in order to attract abundance. So it's kind of like, because the results are taking a little bit longer to show up, you kind of forgot this truth that we need to like what we're doing in order to attract abundance. It's like a universal principle. And the moment you start connecting again to the passion, to the original passion that brought you to build such strong foundations for this iceberg, it's like it's going to show you its tip as if the tip were already there, always there, but just covered by this fog, this illusion that the results were not there. So they're not saying that you've been missing out on something. They're saying, yeah, results are not there, but they're not there because you're not connected to the pleasure of the activities that you've been doing so far. But it doesn't mean you have to shift your course completely and just start something completely new. You are going to miss these foundations. You're right when you listen to your intuition telling you, if I start something from zero right now at this point in the game, and I simply launch myself in a completely new adventure, I'm going to miss on whatever I've been building so far, and I'm going to miss these foundations later on. You're right. Your intuition is trying to protect you from giving up and self-sabotaging on a lot of effort you've been putting in. You are not misguided when you consider that it's a small step from turning whatever you have on your hands right now into gold. And which step is this? Is understanding that the key element missing is having pleasure in what you are already doing, okay? Because I feel like for most of you, if this is your bio and you're resonating with it, something in your past has taught you that if you, first of all, listening to your intuition is a new process or a difficult process for you because there was something in your past, in your childhood. This could be conceived as trauma for some of you that told you you could not really listen to nothing but clear indicators, external indicators of performance. Okay. So it really creates some kind of a blockage between you and your intuition. With the Ace of Swords in reverse, it's like right now you're missing on your intuition because there are signs, there are pointers in your life saying, no, this is subtle. You just need to adjust a few things in your life. And then with the Oracle cards, I think I'll have more indicators on what needs to be adjusted so that this fog is actually cleared up. But it feels like, your intuition has been trying to communicate with you and say, no, instead of abandoning whatever you've been doing so completely, just adjust your path a little bit and you will see the results are going to start showing up. But there's first and foremost some kind of a blockage or prejudice against listening to your intuition, listening to something that's not an external result. And since the results are not showing up, it's very hard for you to stand for yourself and organize your thoughts. It's like you're waiting for these results to show up before you can sit on your throne and take a stand as the King of Wands that you actually are, because you're very good at making plans. This is something that I can tell you from this spread here. You're very good at making plans. You're very good at creating the conditions you need to manifest things in your life. That's why you have such a solid foundation as represented by the clear quartz there. But when it comes to assessing what's true to your heart and to your mission, and assessing what needs to be shifted so that you find pleasure in what you do, this is a little bit trickier for you if you're resonating with your bio. So it's probable that with this bio, with this configuration, you've been working a lot of different scenarios. Maybe you're the kind of person that had a lot of different occupations, went through a lot of different professional avenues in your life, and you were always very efficient. You were always very good at everything that you've decided to do, but not necessarily as good as feeling pleasure on them, on your activities, okay? Because you were all about the efficiency. You were all about the efficacy. But it comes from a difficulty in connecting with your own intuition and kind of a prejudice towards your listening to any kind of indicator. There's more internal, there's more intuitive. So it's like Spirit's been trying to tell you, maybe you could do this a little bit slower. Maybe you could do this in a way that's a little bit more comfortable to you. Maybe you could do this and eat your cake too, you know? And you resist this kind of indicator because you're all about the efficiency. You're all about the efficacy. And then what happens is that you feel like left out in the cold. You feel like you're being abandoned, and results are slower showing up because fulfillment is missing in the picture. Now, I want to make myself clear. I really do honestly feel that whatever you've been doing is actually not showing material results right now, or at least not showing the level of money influx, financial influx, material benefit that is expected to match the level of effort that you've been doing. But what Spirit is trying to communicate, and I really hope I'm doing a good job here, is that this is kind of a blessing in disguise. you've probably been through a lot of different situations in which you would act as this king of wands, the perfect administrator, the perfect manager, the person who does everything by the book and really can guarantee the safety and the efficiency of any kind of business really that you dedicate to. Some of you could have, as I said, many different occupations, and you could see the results. Now you cannot see the results, and it's kind of like, I'm failing, I should start all over again and start from zero, because I can't stand the fact that I've used all of my trusted methodologies and everything that I know. I can't stand how much of a failure I am right now, because this is my comfort zone, this is my ego talking. I know that I'm good in everything that I do, and I don't feel that good anymore. And Spirit's saying, you're right, you're good, but we are kind of preventing you from having the results that your work should be showing, and that your work deserves, because first and foremost, you deserve to feel fulfilled. You deserve to be happy doing what you're doing. And something that was missing in all of your previous initiatives is that you do them, and not only efficiently and with efficacy, but also feeling very good about yourself. So it's not, now we are like preventing these results to show up, because we also want you to feel good about what you're doing. We want you to experiment true abundance from your core. We want you not only to start all over and all over again every single time because you feel like you're not happy at a certain project. We want you to realize that the closer you get to your mission, the more abundant you feel, not only in terms of tip of the iceberg material results, but also in terms of emotional fulfillment. Emotional fulfillment is also important. You deserve that, and you can trust your intuition to find that in any area. So it's not about giving up on what you're doing. It's about focusing on what makes you feel good. And it's about finding in the area where you are right now, or in the endeavor you're dedicating yourself right now, finding what makes you feel good, finding what makes you feel alive, finding what brings back the gusto to your life. This is the true adventure. It's less about, as I was saying in the beginning, going to a completely new country, or finding a completely new theme to your dissertation or thesis, explore a completely different professional area, but course correcting, subtly course correcting, so that you can find what brings you joy. Now let's see, I want to get some cards from the Literary Witches Oracle, which brings objects and also women writers with specific keywords that can bring us more information on how to disperse this clouded thinking that connects you to the fact that only if this situation is showing results, you could possibly assess it properly, or maybe talk a little bit more about this next adventure within the realm that you are already exploring. Because this is what I see really. Your next adventure, instead of bringing you to a completely different landscape, is going to bring you to a deeper knowledge of your inner landscape, It's less about starting from ground zero, as you, I believe, normally do, and more about going deeper into what you already knew, so that you can find your true fulfillment. It's about tuning more into your intuition, so that you can understand you are not chained to this perspective of efficiency, in which you need to wait for external results to bring you fulfillment. You can have fulfillment coming from within, no matter which area you're dedicating to. So let's see which cards we're going to get. Oh my God, we have 3 cards already. First, we have Shirley Jackson. Shirley Jackson, family. Makes perfect sense to me. So With this card, Shirley Jackson is a writer, an author that I particularly did not know a lot. But with this card here, what I see is that for most of you, as you go from project to project, and I'm talking general projects here, okay? I'm talking personal projects, professional projects, etc. It's like you enter every new adventure in your life unaware that you're looking for a soul family. Especially because I have the Five of Pentacles here. It's like this feeling of being abandoned is something that could come from your childhood. And it's now echoing this lack of results you see for the efforts that you've been inputting on whatever you're trying to manifest in your life right now, okay? So the first impulse, of course, is I've invested so much and I have this beautiful foundation built here. So I should just let go of whatever I've been dedicating to and find a completely new direction because this is clearly not working. But what you don't see, what's clouding your vision, is that this fear, not this fear, but this feeling of being left out in the cold has been accompanying you from childhood. And what you've been trying to do from project to project, from adventure to adventure, is to find a family, a soul family, a group of people that resonates with you, a place to call home. But a place to call home, and this is what they're trying to say, is not an external place. It's not going to be found in external results. The tip of the iceberg somehow has always been there, is what they're trying to say. The feelings of abandonment, of rejection that are there need to be healed from within out. So if you skip from project to project whenever you don't see the expected results, you're skipping from adventure to adventure only to find out the external results are never going to match your expectations of being truly embraced by a soul family. And furthermore, your energy levels are never going to allow you to attract your true, honest to God soul family, because you'll be vibrating in this energy of lack and abandonment. So what you do attract are projects in which people take advantage of you, expecting you to be this ever engaging, ever efficient, ever dedicated to solving their problems leader, but never really interested in seeing you thrive, as in this Ten of Pentacles here, as a fulfilled person. I feel like if you came to this reading and you're resonating with what I'm saying, you're sick and tired of projects in which you are actually abused, abused in terms of the amount of work you put in and results never showing, and you don't understand why people can't simply pay you accordingly, respect you accordingly, and offer you opportunities accordingly, be it in personal relationships, professional relationships, you name it. But what they're trying to explain is results are not showing up right now because they would never be as fulfilling as you deserve, unless you realize this feeling is being replicated, because it's hard for you to assess your own intuition when it comes to why you're doing these projects in the first place. You're not doing these projects because you want external validation. You're doing these projects because you want internal validation. You want to feel like you found your home within yourself so that you can find your soul family outside of yourself. And with the following card we have is Toni Morrison, Power. You see? Toni Morrison is an author I know much better, okay? And Toni Morrison writes about empowering oneself. She talks about, and maybe this resonates for some of you, talks about the powerful African-American culture and racism, and Sorry, sipping on some tea here. All about the problems related to having your identity stripped out of you and erased, because you're a part of a non-white community, a black community, okay? So what I see here for you is like you're trying to regain a sense of identity, and this sense of identity can only be built from the inside out. You're a beautiful soul with a beautiful identity construction. Whatever you mean to manifest in this world, it doesn't matter the area, it doesn't matter the project, it doesn't matter in which configuration, needs to come from a sense of value that can only be built from inside out. And family, your soul family, the people around you are really more important than any external results that you can materialize. But you've been taught from early on that you are only as good as the material results that you get. So that's why you're going from adventure to adventure, hoping that finally for your next adventure, you are going to find the elixir, or in Joseph Campbell's terms, you're going to find the elixir, you're going to find the results, you're going to find the sword, you're going to find the elements that you can work with that are finally going to validate your perspective. But these elements seem to never show up. You never see the tip of the iceberg. The tip of your iceberg, of your foundations, of your core, they never seem to be there. And what they're saying is you're going to find your soul family, but first you have to find a house within yourself. What's clouding your judgment? What's clouding your thinking? And what you need to get better discernment. The next card we have is Ghost. Is understanding this ghost from your past that's been accompanying you and getting you from adventure to adventure, not to enjoy the adventure, but to kind of turn it into the eternal seeking of external validation and results that then turn you into, chain you to the perspectives of people who want to use and abuse your extreme power of materializing things into this world. A suggested question here that came to my mind is, why am I doing this for? And how would I be able to make it benefit myself? What would I do if I didn't have a boss, if I didn't have a leader? And if you are a leader in a specific project, what would I do if I didn't have to showcase any kind of results? How could I free myself from external results? What if I didn't have to wait for the results and my only responsibility were having fun, you know? This would be a pathway of understanding how to find a home within yourself, how to leave this energy of the Five of Pentacles here that I see so ancient in your life, and maybe even coming from different incarnations, okay, from ancient incarnations, really. I see that if you came to this reading and you're resonating with all of that, you're ancient souls. And you probably came to this earth at this point to kind of heal, which is something I also saw in other spreads, to heal a pattern that's actually a pattern for your whole lineage, okay? So there's lots of themes related to lineage and ancestors coming in this reading. I don't know why, but it's probably very important for this topic of clearing the fog. No matter what I see more specifically for you, you may, of course, be interested in learning more about your lineage, about your ancestry line. Do as your intuition tells you, because you really need to understand and get in touch with your intuition. And here's a tip. Your intuition always talks to you in a gentle voice, in a gentle tone. Your intuition can be easily differentiated from the noise, from the No roses, because it's never going to bully you. It's never going to talk to you in a violent voice. It's going to talk to you in a gentle voice. So listen to that gentle voice in the wind that's kind of blowing messages of self-care, of self-understanding, and it's kind of helping you create this home within yourself that you can always trust no matter if your results are showing in the world, in the external world or not. Your safe space inside of yourself is very important right now. But no matter the case, no matter if you want to explore your ancestry lines right now and how they need to be healed and explore these connections for your pile specifically, what I see is more important is there's a feeling of lack, a feeling of being left out in the cold that you've been carrying, that has been leading you from adventure to adventure. And you are very good at everything that you propose. Please do not forget that. You're the freaking King of Wands. Everything that you touch turns to gold. This appearance of not having results, I think, either this is something very new and very specific to this situation that makes you cringe, like, oh my God, how come I can't see results right now? Mayday, this is not working right now. I'm really scared. Why have I lost my touch? Or maybe you're not losing, maybe you're not seeing results from the last projects, or maybe this is something, a little bit more consistent in your life, that you feel like you're being a little bit more abused throughout your life, even if you are the King of Wands, because you're carrying out an energy of expecting that these results that come from the external sources validate you. And what they're saying is these results are never going to bring you fulfillment, the fulfillment that you want, unless you build this sense of a solid family within yourself, of a solid home, better saying, within yourself, which will then attract your soul family. More than that, unless you understand that every time you go on an adventure, imagine a trip, really. This is the topic of this reading. Imagine that you go on a journey, on an adventure. What is most important? The knickknacks that you're going to bring, the souvenirs, or the connections that you establish? This is the question. So every time you start this new project, every time you go there and you try to prove yourself again and again, it's like you're reiterating this wound, because no matter if you're successful or not, you know that your base is solid, that your foundations is solid. But every time that you try to reiterate or validate yourself through external results, it's like you're saying, I'm not good enough unless I have these external results showing up. And what they're saying here is, please do realize that what your soul's really, truly craving for is something more connected to your mission, in which you find a home within yourself. This home may be connected to your ancestors, but it's actually going to bring you to a place of power in which you understand what makes your soul soar. You understand what's your 10 of Pentacles, what fulfills you, and you have the right to go for what fulfills you. You have the right to plan based on more than external indicators. You need to consider your internal indicators too. Now, I want to see some cards from the Wisdom of the Oracle deck, because they talk about internal places like no other deck that I know of. I mean, maybe other decks, but not no other deck. I already have a card. No other deck that I know. Yeah, time for a nap. Okay, so this is a clear indicator that before you even consider going on your next adventure, which is going to be addressed, how you chart this map, by the video of Monica in Chemistry with Kimet Tarot. Her channel is amazing. I suggest you check. It's the second part of the collab. Before you even address how to chart your course for your next adventure, they're suggesting you rest on the reflection of how to subtly change direction on what you already have going on in your life right now. You know, it's not about changing courses completely, it's about subtly changing your perspective on how to go on adventures in your life, okay? On what you're actually looking for when you go on an adventure. You're looking for a home, you're looking for a partnership, you're looking for, as the reading suggests, your soul's craving for empowerment, and empowerment comes through relationships, comes through a soul family, comes from abandoning this ghost of abandonment, okay? And we have time for a nap with the number 6. It's like, this is not the time to make decisions before you can connect to a higher power with card number 4 here. One thing, it's a different thing being the King of Wands, the person who knows how to do things and who knows how to be efficient and everything. This is one thing. And then serve the masters all around you, expecting that the results will come and make you feel fulfilled. And it's yet another completely different thing to be connected to a higher power and rest on this higher power, so that you understand how to manage your life from a place of true abundance, from a place of connection to your intuition, and know that your next adventure is going to be truly connected to your fulfillment. Okay? Learn to trust your fulfillment as an indicator that you are on the right path. And understand that whatever your right path is connected to feeling good about the people around you. Because I feel really that this past years, I should say, at least 4 years, 4 to 6 years, you haven't been feeling very good about the people around you. So these people are going to leave your life. The moment you understand that you don't need to be constantly going for external results and proving your worth, but you need to focus on centering and understanding your worth from within, and then your soul family is going to better approach. This empowerment comes from within. Now, I want to get some affirmations that maybe confirm or help you work with this perspective of clearing the fog before you can shift to your next adventure, okay? I create mindful moments throughout the day, reminding myself that I am love and miracles are natural. So I'm going to leave it here for a while, and you can print the screen if you want to. Sorry for the changing lightning, but I hope you can print the screen and use it to your adventure, this affirmation, if you want to. So with this affirmation here, it's just a beautiful close-up for what we have going on here. It's your next adventure is going to be, like the crystal suggested, a subtle change in what you already have going on. And for subtle, I do not mean that it's not going to fuel you, is not going to bring you to new landscapes, etc. But it's more of like a twist into what you already have going on, because more important than changing completely and starting from scratch is recognizing that you have a pretty good foundation going on, that you are not on the wrong path, but that you need to better understand why you do the things you do and why you're going on adventures in the first place, something like that. And the reason why you go on adventures is to find your tribe. But in order to find your tribe and to feel good about the people around you, you need to know your value. You need to find a place within in which you feel at home. And to find this place within, you need to know that everything that you've been doing so far to find external results is being tinted by a light of lack and abandonment that probably comes from your childhood. Because in fact, you're the king of wands. Everything that you do very, very well. But precisely because of that, you have probably been abused by some people who expect that you do not worry that much about feeling fulfilled or the conditions, the quality of life conditions of your quality of life in general, really, and just serve them, because you're so efficient. It's not that you're not efficient. You're very, very efficient. It's just that unless you shift your priorities to putting yourself in the first place, finding a home within yourself, empowering yourself, and then working towards adventurous paths that do not even need to be that different from what you're doing now, so that you don't lose the foundations you've carefully built. Unless you understand that you are love and miracles are going to be attracted in terms of how much comes to you as a result, and the people you attract, it's going to be very hard for you to evade this process of always being in search of more and more external results as validation, okay? But I see that you are in the process of recognizing that home is within yourself and you're a powerful being. And that's why there are already whispers in the wind and the intuition trying to guide you there, saying, look, what you need to change to clear this fog, or what you need to, better saying, get in touch with, is just a subtle shift in direction. Is the shift that brings you from a place of abandonment, connection to abandonment, to a place of understanding your true worth in this life. Okay? And this is so close, as close as these two cards here, This fulfillment is really close. What really needs to shift is, how can I have more pleasure in what I'm already doing? And this is a huge adventure. This is a huge leap of faith based on understanding that, yes, you can listen to your intuition and you can build a home for yourself within yourself that is totally independent from external results. Then the tip of your iceberg is going to show. And you see that it has always been there, just clouded a little bit by this idea that you needed a lot of external indicators to showcase your worth, So I hope this message has helped and has helped clear the fog in your specific situation. Please, if you feel comfortable, do share with me what we were talking about for each specific case, because I know there are many different people watching and I did not see a clear indicator of any specific area. And if you like the message, do not forget to leave a like, comment, subscribe, because it will help my work here. And do not forget to watch Monica's video on her channel, Chemistry with Kismet Tarot. That is the second part of this collaborative reading, Free Fall into Adventure, and it's going to be all about charting your course into your next adventure. Thank you very much, and I'll see you in my next video, hopefully. Hello everyone. So if you've chosen pile number 3 and this beautiful crystal over here, this opalite, then this is your reading on clearing up the fog, clearing the fog, so that you can go on your free fall into adventure. And if you skipped the introduction, this is a collab with the channel Chemistry with Kismet by Monica, so do not forget to check the second part of the reading, in which you will be able to she will be addressing how to chart your course, after we address here today how to clear the fog for your next adventure, okay? Um, so the topic here today is discernment. And the first thing I wanted to mention is that this crystal specifically is a crystal I work with when talking about relationships. And what's calling my attention right now is these markings over here. Okay, I don't know if you can see them properly. I certainly hope so. But they are bringing quite strongly the image of a room that's protected by several layers of divine light, divine orangey light. I really think this is not going to impress. This is not going to be visible on camera, and I'm sorry about that. But with this orange colors that I'm seeing here through the light of my window, I have a window in front of me. I see a room protected by several layers of orange light. And this would be like your mental safe space, or the space where you protect. It's almost like a tunnel I see here. And this would be your mental safe space, like a mental safe house where you protect whatever is your most treasure, whichever are your most treasured desires and thoughts. And I see it as a place you go either by meditating, through meditation or prayer, or simply by closing your eyes whenever you feel like the world around you is particularly chaotic. I see that for most of you, if this bio resonates with you, you have already configured this place. And of course, maybe even be a tunnel bathed in orange light, but it could have many different representations for the many different people watching this bio. And the first message I have here is that this place is very important and sacred. So maybe you need a confirmation on this kind of a process that's very personal and that you've been dedicating to. In any configuration, manifestation, internal manifestation you may be having in your life, maybe you needed some kind of a confirmation, especially from the angels and from creatures from 5D, from the fifth dimension, that this process of configuring a mental, spiritual, safe house was actually important at this moment in your life. And then if you needed that, this is your confirmation. This is a place where you should go whenever you're in further need of discernment. This is a place where you should go and ask the tough questions. And if you're not yet, if you feel like you don't have this place configured yet, it's like Spirit saying, whenever you close your eyes with the intention of getting closer to a place like that, to a place where you feel completely safe, you can imagine a crystal formation like that, that is kind of milky, and you can even use the image of this opalite itself. If it talks to you, if it inspires you, you can imagine a tunnel or a cave bathed in orange light. And they're telling me that the orange light here is important because it's the color of cosmic communion, and it is in tune with the second chakra. And the second chakra talks about not only sexual energy, as a lot of people say, but most importantly, it's going to bring the energies of protection directed to persuasion. So it talks about protecting whatever you treasure the most, and your ideals and your utmost desire in relation to the people that need to collaborate with you in the world so that they manifest. So it's going to bring a kind of power that's not exactly the solar plexus power, but the power to persuade, the power to, there's a specific word that's almost at the tip of my tongue, the power to commune, to enter in a communion with the spirits, the people, to the higher self version of the people that are going to collaborate with you, bringing your projects to life, your most cherished projects to life. So in configuring this safe house, you can imagine yourself in a configuration or in a space that's similar. If you haven't yet started this configuration, you can imagine yourself in a construction like that. That's almost like, it doesn't have to be even, but it's almost like a trapeze, right? And then you'll be sitting here in a room that's your own. It has the characteristics that you feel safe with, or it could be a tunnel or a room in which you're bathed in orange light, and you imagine that in this room everything is sacred and protected, and you can feel divine discernment coming to you so that you know the best decisions to make, and you know how to plan for your next adventure. And even if you're free falling, like the title of our collaboration here for this reading suggests, it doesn't matter, because you're free falling from a space that's deep seated into the most wonderful, amazing, and divinely guided protection that you could possibly have. I feel that if you came and you chose this reading, you already know the basics of working with divine guidance and divine protection, and you probably already have a safe space that you go to, and a way of meditating and looking for internal spaces that can then offer the environment necessary for you to find discernment. And they can even change configurations from time to time depending on your specific needs. But I feel really called to offer you this more specific and maybe beginner's guidance. I don't really think that in the spiritual path we can classify ourselves as beginners or middlers or enders in levels like that. But if this is your first experience, or if you were just thinking about, maybe I should have a mental space, a mental safe house, as they insist on repeating, then this could be an exercise that you do, and this crystal is suggesting. And since this crystal is a crystal I work with when I'm thinking about relationships, I think it's very important that this message is that the intention set once you configure the space also bring the orange color to talk about the fact that within this space you're only inviting the energies of people that are actually going to collaborate with whatever you mean to express as sacred and pure and creative in the world, because the second chakra is also very related to creativity and persuasion in its most elevated form, in the form of communion, okay? In the form of a communication that is based on true communion. It's based on every single person that is part of a collaboration being able to share exactly what they mean and exactly what they want to see manifested in the world, and open enough to bring their virtues to life in a way that every single one involved has a space to express their abilities to the most of their potential, okay? Now, I have to say, before I even read the smoke of the stick, the Breu Branco stick, I have to say that before I filmed your pile, it took me a while before I actually pressed on the camera, because I had to sit with some pretty heavy energies, okay? So I think that's why also this crystal is bringing me this kind of message of being necessary for you to engage with a practice of discernment, with clearing the fog before we enter this adventure. I had to sit with some pretty heavy energy, so it took me a while. I think the last reading was recorded like more than 24 hours ago. I had to rest, I had to do other things, I had to engage in other affairs. And I don't know what the cards are going to bring, and I don't know what the smoke's going to bring, but I have to tell you first and foremost, and Spirit's suggesting that I tell you that whatever you're going through right now, this too shall pass. And I'm also being called to tell you that through the last couple of years or so, I've heard, so adapt to your particular situation and your intuition. Whatever you've been experiencing is to some extent a test in faith, okay? There's been a level of challenge to the way you express the different levels of faith related to the divine virtue of devotion, okay? So this could be directly related to religions you've experienced with, to religious paths in general, to sects, to spiritual related groups, to mystical approaches to life. You could have been experiencing difficult situations in these groups with specific members of those groups, or this could be more of a solo enterprise that went south or that went wrong. Let's not let's not give a bad name to the south, which is such a wonderful and powerful direction. But what I mean to say is Spirit wants you to know that whatever's been going on over the course of the past few years, when it comes to devotion, when it comes to a lack of faith in how to express your spirituality, how to express the many religious beliefs that you've been in touch with over the course of your life, was actually a process of filtering the very specific ways through which you're going to be in contact with Spirit itself. So coming here to this reading, I think for most of you, is not only a search of confirmation on how you are going to feel safe as you express your spiritual or maybe religious beliefs, and how to find these very specific mechanisms like the building of a safe house through which you are going to actually be able to speak directly to Spirit, not only by having to resort to PICKACARds or any other kind of advice and consultation mediated by other people, but finding this power within. And they want you to know that it was a necessary process. I'm being called to pay attention to my own nail polish, my own nails. And these nails have been painted with ruby red. And ruby red is the color according to the seven rays, Saint Germain 7 rays light is the color of divine devotion, right? And here I have a nail polish that is ruby. I'm amazed at the signs the Spirit uses, but they never cease to amaze me, but I'll go for it. It's ruby red, and I have added an extra layer of silver, right? And silver also reminds me of the divine virtue of purity. Okay, so what they're saying here with this attention focus they're drawing me to is the past couple of years, or the past few years, were like a filtering process that you had to go through, that were related to how you express your devotion in the world, how you create mechanisms to get in touch directly with Spirit, and how you express, how you access the level of purity that your higher self actually has when it comes to the way you see the world. Because I see that for you, since childhood, it was very hard to express the pure way, the purest way you saw nature and people and even humanity as expressed in a 3D. It was very hard to talk about it. So I'm going to give an example, and it's going to be simplistic because, of course, it's not going to encompass all of the possible expressions of the many people coming to this reading. But it's something like you were the kind of child that saw the good in everyone, and you wanted you wanted to keep on seeing the world like that, and you used to say things like, but this person didn't mean to do that, and I can see their point of view, and you wanted to befriend people who everyone else would not want to be around. And of course, at first, you would simply do it because like it was like kind of second nature. But then as the years went by, you realized that the fear of other people dealing with their human counterparts kind of influenced you and kind of tainted this innocence and this purity that was an intrinsic part of your 3D manifestations, of your soul 3D manifestation, and you kind of now miss it. But of course, we are not perfect beings, and we're not supposed to be, and humanity is dealing with a lot right now, and it's dealing with a lot. This is part of our purpose, balancing all of these karmic connections and lessons. So I see that the past few years were kind of necessary, no matter how difficult the experiences you had with religions, with spiritual sects and with spiritual ways, esoteric ways, you name it. No matter how it's manifested in your life, you had some tough experiences dealing with some of their beliefs, and even understanding how people who say they are spiritual in a general sense, or who work with certain symbols that for you are to be understood as sacred and come from and addressed from an innocent perspective, how they can be manipulated in the ways you've seen. It's hard for you, it kind of hurts you, and it's hard for you to understand how people could do things like that with religious and spiritual symbols. You had to go through all of that so that you could finally find a way and find it in you to want and to welcome and to honor a connections that is between you and spirit alone, and that searches for mechanisms like the safeguard, the safe, I forgot the name, the safe space that we were talking about in the beginning of the video, that you configure to talk to spirit alone with no intermediary. Okay, because I feel like you didn't have any sort of intermediary. Your connection was really strong when you were a kid, stronger than most, you know, and it kind of got dissipated through the configuration of the life we live here in the 3D. Now you're coming back to this process, but before you came back, you had to go through this filtering process, and this filtering process implied like leaving some hurtful experiences in different religious pathways or spiritual pathways. Okay, I think also, and I don't think I've made myself clear enough, but if it's repetitive, then I'm sorry, but it's just like, I think that for you, since you're in the end such a devotee, even if you don't recognize yourself right now like that, but I think that you're a really devoted person to whatever is higher energy, even if you don't feel like that right now. But since you're such a devotee, it hurts you more than most when you see people manipulating spiritual energies, and you see people manipulating it for their own personal gain. That's why the past few years have been so hard for you. But it all comes to the notion that right now, discernment for you and clearing the fog means that you need to find your own straight course, your own straight communication channel direct to spirit. So that's why when we talk about a safe house, I remember the name again, a mental spiritual safe house, that you're going to configure, that you have already configured, and visiting this space house, possibly for you every single day, to cleanse and to find your centering again, and to find the way in which you can communicate directly to spirit. What we're talking about when we use the word sacred divine persuasion, we are not talking about and directly and connecting it to communion. We're not talking about convincing anyone or manipulating anyone. We are talking about persuasion in its most upgraded level, which is knowing that you can have a true, honest to God influence in those around you, not by trying to say the right words or by trying to convince people, by putting yourself in the first place in the sense of thinking about yourself only. I think you already know that, but I have to just say it. But by following the middle path, by searching for a path and for words that are going to bring good results for you and for everyone involved, right? I think you are already a spirit warrior and a spirit devotee. It's just that the connection, the direct connection between you and spirit got ruptured. Ruptured. Oh my God, I can't say these words. But it got cut off at a certain point, and now you're in the process of getting back to it, of rebuilding it. And it's very important that you do so, because you're going to be ethical enough to look for words, and this is what I'm calling divine persuasion. It's when you're somehow a communicator that's dedicated to looking for the words that bring messages that are selfless, but not selfless in a way that you're not going to think what's good for you, but you're going to think what's good for everybody, and what's good for everybody, of course, includes you. You know, so it's the middle path that Buddhism talks about all the time, which is something that's good for everybody involved. And because it's good for everybody involved, it's also good for you. But it's not the way of the ego. It's not manipulation. It's something that you resent a lot and you had to experience over the course of the past few years as you go from spiritual path to spiritual path. Maybe you didn't even experience all of these paths, but you kind of became more sensitive to the manipulation that people do when dealing with spiritual symbols or religious symbols, and these extreme sensitivities kind of reminding you of the straight connection you used to have with spirit when you were a kid, and reminding you of the importance of regaining this connection. Okay, so this is what I have, but now let's see what the fog, not the fog, but what the smoke's going to bring us. And for that, I have to, of course, light up this stick of breu branco. I really looked for a translation for breu branco, but it is a Brazilian resin, so... And please, feel free, since you're such a connected person, to observe the smoke and get your own signs as I concentrate here and read the smoke myself. Okay, this is a very, very specific message. Let me just put it to the side. This is a very specific and even numerological, to a certain extent, message, okay? It's much more specific than the messages I had for the other bios. What I saw in the smoke was, well, it's normal, and I explained this to the other bios, that the smoke from this kind of stick spirals. It hasn't spiraled for all the bios. So this was also an indicator for another bio. Let me just turn on the fan because it's really hot here in Brazil. We are not in winter here. If you're watching from the northern hemisphere, here's the summer. Welcome to Brazil. But anyway, this is a very specific message, and the message says, your next adventure depends on the straight contact with spirit, on whatever you're going to configure as a meditative practice in this safe space that you go to contact with spirit in order to search for discernment. I don't know, but probably the tarot cards are going to talk a little bit more about how to do it, or maybe about what's clouding your judgment. But let's see. This is only what I'm saying. But what's the fog was trying to tell? Because it's interesting in this reading, it's like the fog is not hindering somehow. The fog is kind of protecting you and trying to bring you a message that you need to understand before it can clear up, and then you can go on your next adventure. It's interesting. It's a different configuration. So it's like, we're going to clear this fog, but first you have to understand this message. I think it's almost always like that, but sometimes the fog represents lack of discernment. In your case, it's like, if I can talk about lack of discernment before you can go on your next adventure, it would be only, yes, a confirmation. You really need to establish some kind of direct contact with spirit and believe in it, and no intermediaries, because in the end, all of us, we can talk straight to spirit, we can have this clear connection, and this is important for all of us. So this is a confirmation. But it's like this fog here, before it clears out, it's bringing you a message that any transformation you go in life is going to come in circles of almost four. What do I mean by almost four? We had in the smoke spirals as usual, but we had spirals that went to almost four. So it's like it comes in circles of three, and then the fourth is a little bit more just like turning into something else. So it's like you see a first pattern arising, and then a similar pattern of a situation in your life, and then it repeats for a third part, and then in the fourth you can recognize the pattern, but it doesn't go full circle because you've already recognized it, and you can kind of act upon it, and the lesson is learned, and then we go to the next adventure. So what Spirit's kind of saying is, during these past few years in which you're dealing to how am I going to have these ideas on how to connect with spirit, and do I need to go to through a religious path or through spirituality. I don't know exactly how it went in your life, but I feel like everything that you are experiencing, I don't know if we'll have more information here, it was directly or indirectly connected to your faith levels and to your devotion. So if it was a situation at work, you were constantly thinking, should I pray in order to solve this? How would I pray? And then you kind of look for help. It could even be self-help books that kind of use spiritual symbols. Or if you're a creative, you could have gone through some kind of process that connects creativity and spirituality. But it could be straightforward spirituality, and then you enter a spiritual path, a religion, and you see something there that you don't like, but you can't quite grasp what. Or maybe you even respect what's being done there, but you can't identify with it, which is perfectly normal. But then you go through the process of filtering so that you can find something there that's actually useful, but your own way of doing things at the same time. It's like you're there to learn, but once you've learned whatever you need to learn, you go out. And I see that it happens in circles of three. The fourth turn is unable to happen because you can already identify the pattern, and then it kind of disperses. In the spiral is not possible. It cannot repeat anymore. So I'm going to give a very concrete example. Let's say that you've joined a certain, I don't know, group of witches. Please, I have nothing against witches. I'm a witch myself. But a certain coven, okay? And then you see that what's going on there. Just the first circle, you're learning the rituals, the ceremonies, you're going to the meetings, and there's a certain periodic thing that you have to go through. And then you're just learning, okay? And then for the second round, you're just evaluating and seeing how and why people do things the way they do. And for the third round, you're like starting to evaluate whether this applies to you or not. And then the fourth would be like, I can't see why this is not for me. And depending on the kind of relationship that you develop, it's kind of like you realize, okay, you could be more or less positive about the whole enterprise, but in this fourth turn of the spiral that's not complete, you realize what's for you and what's not for you in this whole experience, and that's when you leave, and then you can't stay in the coven anymore. Okay, and I'm again using coven, but I have nothing against witches, and it could be really applied to anything, to any kind of spiritual enterprise, or even to a self-help practice that you started alone or in a group, and that you start doing, and then you learn whatever you need to learn, and in the fourth round, then you've learned what you have to learn, you applied what you need to apply, and it cannot go on. And then I feel like sometimes you feel guilty because you didn't continue. Sometimes you feel, should I have continued, and maybe I was going to see more results. And sometimes you question whether you should go at it alone, and sometimes you question whether you should just throw it all away. And first and foremost, you question what would be your next spiritual adventure. So the first message of this, not the first, because I've already given so many messages, not so many, but you understand my meaning. The first message of the smoke, at least, is like, everything that happens in your life when it comes to learning and discerning what's for you, what's not for you, comes in circles of 3, almost 4. The almost 4 is a message in itself, because it says 4 is the moment with the reference to the Emperor card and everything. 4 is the moment in which you become the Emperor. 4 is the moment in which you empower yourself. It's not a moment to be understood or to be regarded as a moment of weakness in which you gave up. It's a moment in which you really turn information and knowledge into wisdom, because you're actually applying and you're actually realizing what needs to stay, what needs to go, and you're honoring the experience that you have and implementing in your life. So the difference between, and I always say this in the channel, the difference between knowledge and wisdom is that wisdom is applicable, right? So you can have only one piece of information and turn it into knowledge because you know its application, and turn it into wisdom because you actually apply it. But you can have lots of pieces of information and never turn it into knowledge and never turn it into wisdom because you never apply them, okay? So for the fact that it's 3, almost 4, is very important in the way Smoke was behaving here, because it's like you shouldn't understand it as giving up or as not being perseverant. You should understand it as sticking to it long enough so that it can become wisdom. And you're going to help a lot of people once you get centered and understand that every experience you have here to the side is actually here, not to the side, but every experience you have with spiritual knowledge, spiritual practice, or with, for lack of a better word, mundane practices that are based or bathed in spiritual knowledge, every experience is going to go through this process of filtering, of there's a better word for that, but of alchemy that then turns into the gold of wisdom, okay? And I feel like for the past few years, through confusion, through lots of maybe clouded thinking, what you were doing was that you experienced with lots of things that could be even if you didn't understand as spiritual practices, if they weren't exactly labeled as spiritual practice, they were a part of your spiritual journey, and they were teaching you lots of they were giving you lots of spiritual information on how the world works, the internal external world works. And even if they weren't labeled as spiritual, or if you didn't know that this was what's going on, you were filtering through 3, almost 4. So if you go back to whatever you've experienced, no matter how painful it was, because it didn't seem that innocent, they were kind of not dragging you, but they were kind of leading you to the importance of finding a place of your own in which you could process everything that was helpful to you, and now come to a point in which you find your perfect, sacred, better than perfect, safe house from which you can feel safe, secure, protected, so that you can make the best decisions for your life, for your everyday life, and move on to your next adventure. Okay, but the third message then would be that if you observe the cycles of three spirals, almost four, you will know from now on how your adventures go. So this is also a very important piece of discernment for you that is coming through this reading. For your next adventure, that's going to be approached in more detail in Monica's reading. So again, don't forget to check that out. When you're charting your course, don't forget that for your next adventure, whichever way you mean to go, you are going to need these three spirals, almost four. You will know after you've experienced a certain situation or dealt with a certain environment. After three circles, you will be able to then incorporate what needs to be incorporated, and become the emperor, the master of that knowledge, and then decide on which level of participation you want to go, if you want to stay or if you want to leave, what stays and what goes out from this experience. Okay, because I feel like if you came to this reading, you are a devotee. I've already said that, but more than that, you're someone who's meant to teach. And it doesn't really need to mean like become a teacher in a traditional sense, but you are meant to teach or to lead or to become an example or to become someone who teach through their own actions. Okay, now let's see what Tarot has to say about that. First card I have for you is the Queen of Wands in reverse. Second card I have is the Lovers upright. Yeah, it makes sense. Then we have four cards for you, okay? Not all piles had four cards. Then we have the Five of Swords upright, and then we have the Hierophant. Okay, now we have more information on kind of a, again, mundane word. More information on the mundane word. Let me sip on some water here just for a moment, but it makes perfect sense. What's been clouding your judgments is like, why am I going through all of these experiences that seem to be teaching me so much, but they kind of repeat from time to time? And I feel like, I don't know if, why is that I need to enter these groups, get out of these groups, and I feel like I'm learning so much, evolving spiritually. This could be, and I think that for most of you, it probably is directly related to religions, to spiritual paths. But it doesn't have to be, it could be more indirect, but still I feel like I'm learning so much about spirituality and getting deeper into my contact with spirits. Now, I feel that for most of you, you're feeling that you need a direct contact with spirits, but why is it that I feel like it never kind of ends? And maybe to a certain degree is like, am I isolating myself when I leave these experiences behind, and I focus on myself and on this idea that I should have a direct contact with spirit? No, you're not. You're not isolating yourself. You're just learning what you need to learn, and then strengthening your connection to spirit, which is a right, which is a strength, and which is actually a blessing, because you're meant to become a teacher, because those who are meant to stay, and most of all here in the specific message of this reading, the knowledge that's meant to stay, the wisdom that's meant to stay, needs to be filtered through, and is being filtered through many different traditions and trajectories that you've been experienced throughout this last couple of years. So it's like you're sieving what you need to know so that you can go on your next adventures. And it's coming in circles of three, almost four, three, almost four. I keep hearing three, almost four, three, almost four, like a mantra almost. Please remind these people, free almost four, free almost four. Maybe it's even working at different layers in your life. Free almost four, free almost four. Maybe you have this way of operating in terms of how years operate in your life. Things when you have a project, the project completes in three almost 4 years, 3.5 years, 3 and 3 months years. You know, it's a very important numerological piece of information for you, and you will know how to work it through or work with it if it's resonating with you. But with a more mundane explanation here, what I see is that it clouded your view because you were when you were a child or when you were younger, you had this amazingly direct contact with spirit, and probably you were the truth bringer of your family, the person who could even talk about past lives for some of you, a medium really, a person who could be in touch with other dimensions. The veil was always lifted for you. This is what I'm seeing. So you would see the best in people. You would have this perfectly open channel, innocent view on things. And this was kind of scary to the people around you. They couldn't understand, and it was hard to relate with you, but this was all very purposeful. It was also purposeful that this channel closed at a certain point to protect you and to protect your gift. It's not an uncommon experience for mediums, and in the medium experience, and it happened to you, okay? But it got you quite lost for quite some time, especially the past few years, because you're kind of trying to get back to that point in which you had a direct contact with spirit. And I feel like it brought you lots of relationships with this lover card here. For some of you, these relationships could have this relationship with spiritual and religious practices. They may have started as romantic relationships, and I told you that I had to sit with your spread, not with your spread, but with the energies of your reading for quite some time, almost 24 hours. Maybe that's because for some of you, you entered religious environments through romantic relationships. So it can kind of get confusing because these romantic relationships were karmic relationships. So please, this is not for all of you reading, all of you watching this reading, but for some of you, I see this message quite strongly. So it's like you meet someone, you fall in love. This is a karmic connection. All connections are karmic in the way I understand, but this is quite a strong karmic pull. And then you get to know this different religion perspective, this sect, this group, this coven, what you name it, and there's a double connection there. You know, there's your affective romantic connection, the sexual connection, and also the connection to the dogma, to the spiritual beliefs, you name it. And for others of you, I see that you may have not substituted, but you may have for quite some time become this kind of a hermit that cannot have space for romantic relationships in your life because you're fully dedicated to either your religious practices that you're trying to, you're trying to be a devotee to, but in their human shape, let's say, in the human institutional religious shape, or that you became quite a devotee to work in its spiritual dimensions, like you are a devotee to work because you see that work is sacred, that work is your mark, your spiritual mark in the world, because you understand it as legacy, etc., etc. Anyway, you're acting as a devotee, and I feel if it came together with romantic relationships, it was quite something, because at a certain point you're devoted to a lot of things that are external, and it's all screaming at you. You need to come back to a direct connection to spirit because it's sucking on your energy quite some time and quite a while, and that's why, and also for quite some time. And that's why it's so hard for you to clear the fog. It's so hard for you to put yourself in the energy of the Queen of Wands, who knows how to organize her life in a way that suits her and suits everyone around, thinking about what's good for her and for everybody else. Most of all, as we were saying before, knows how to organize her life and her adventures in a way that's good for everyone involved, so that of course it's good for her too. Okay, so I see lots of conflicts arising from these explorations, but what they're saying is that this was very important for you to recover the gift that has been protected when you were a child by these mundane perspectives of the world. It was like a trigger that could kindle your straight connection to spirit. What you're going through is an awakening, okay? An awakening of these amazing mediumship gifts you have. It came quite strongly. That's why I was feeling this having energy. I think that you're past this right now. It's not as strong as it was, but once, you know, you're already here in the moment of creating this mental safe house. But it came quite strong. And with these people here, you see in the back of a Five of Swords, like yeah, they have their backs turned to you, and you're still raising the sword, you know. One sword's like not, one sword's raised, the other sword's down. It's kind of like you're still a little bit defensive. Two swords up, one sword down. You're a little bit defensive. Two swords to the floor. You're just starting to believe that you don't need to face any of these energies anymore, and you can focus on yourself because everything's all right, because you finally understood that you don't need mediators between your spiritual practice and yourself. You can go straight to source. Okay, but it was quite heavy for quite some time. So clearing the fog also demands that you rest right now. Also demands that you understand you've been through this filtering, three almost four process of depuration. I don't know if depuration is actually a word in English, but it's an alchemical process through which you kind of make the energy lighter and lighter and lighter. And at every process of like separating its elements, it's kind of you bring it back to this energetic essence. You recognize its energetic essence. So the process that you went through, three almost four, as you get in touch with all of these external influences, a mix of relationships and spiritual influences and practices, you're kind of learning that you can go straight to source. You can go back to your original mediumship gifts. You can talk straight to spirit. You don't need any intermediary, okay? So that you can finally reach the Hierophant state, which is a true connection, direct connection to wisdom, to divine wisdom, okay? This is the card. This is going from even more than a person who's not lost, turning this Queen of Wands upright, to a person who actually knows what they know, because they can access knowledge, divine knowledge, anytime they want. And this is true discernment. True discernment is not always knowing the answer from a human mundane perspective, but it's knowing where to go, configuring a space within where they can go and sit in calmness and in peacefulness, and waiting for the answer, because they know the answer will come, because they know they have straight access to the divine. Now, I want to shuffle some cards from the Literary Witches Oracle, which is composed by cards of women writers who have contributed to work with very specific and important themes in literature that were not normally brought by male, cis, and white authors. We already have a card. We'll see which card it is in a second. And also objects, so that maybe we can have extra pieces of information on elements, symbols, and things that you could add to this mental safe space. We already have milk, and I feel like Spirit wants us to get at least one more. Let's see what we get. Oh my God. I'm going to take them all because I really think like you're configuring a space of discernment. So this card here is glove. Interesting. We have Gertrude Stein. Gertrude Stein. Gertrude Stein. And her keyword is perspective. How insightful. We also have Anne Carson and the intellect. So we have perspective, the intellect with Anne Carson. We also have Mary Shelley and loss. Oh my God, this is so powerful. And then we have glove, the wolf, or wolf, and milk. Milk is in reverse, and I'm going to keep it in reverse. Okay. So with Gertrude Stein and perspective, I think this process of the last years when you were like experiencing with many different spiritual input, kinds of input, was very much like Gertrude Stein used to do, experimenting with different constructions that were very concrete in words. You were working with different symbolism and knowing what works and what doesn't work for you. So the clear message here is you shouldn't be afraid on the ways you communicate with spirit, like this is from this tradition and this is from that tradition. Maybe I'm going to offend any one single tradition. When I configure my own spells, when I configure my own ceremonies and my own ways of meditating, because knowledge shouldn't be, knowledge does not belong to any single individual. So I know that today we talk about appropriation, cultural appropriation. This is a very serious topic, and I do not mean to say that it's not a serious topic and or a non-existent topic. But when we talk about cultural appropriation, or maybe the idea that we're not being serious when we mix different practices from different lines, I understand what we're talking about is like using these different symbols disrespectfully and openly and publicly for our own personal gain, and to the detriment of the culture that has already and always used them, you know? So it's something very different if I'm a white person and I start using black symbolism or African American or Afro-Brazilian symbolism for my own personal gain, or to have any kind of adventure. This is cultural appropriation. Or when I mix the symbols with my own and I don't respect that tradition, I don't know where they're coming from, I have no kind of research whatsoever to understand or even any kind of connection with them, and I just mean to use them as a way of getting any kind of adventure for myself, and I'm not considering the good of all. This is cultural appropriation, you know, because there's a whole culture behind that I'm ignoring. But this is completely different from being afraid to use something, not to use is not even a good word, but from establishing a relationship with something that is in the world and that calls to me in my private practice, and getting to know it and approaching its power because it calls to me, and because it's really true to who I am, and because it talks to my ancestry lines, and because it calls to my creativity. This is a completely different process. So it all depends on your intention, and it all depends on the level of expectation you have when you think about how it's going to be combined and how it's going to be alchemized, okay? So the first thing with Gertrude Stein and perspective is you have gained over the past few years a very open, broad perspective on how the different symbolisms in spirituality and in the ways different people address spirit and source are all valid, and on how to create your own perspectives and your own symbolism. And even if you draw a simple line, it can be charged with many different levels of energy, for as long as you know how to operate them, coming from a true source of power within you, it doesn't have to be in a book. It doesn't have to be related to a certain religion. The same way that you can feel related to an item, to a symbol of a certain religion, and use it in your everyday practice because it speaks to you, because it's your private practice, and because it can be a part of your sacred space. So you can basically people um, and constitute this private safe house with many elements that you feel make you stronger, and these are kind of conduits to the level of energy you want to build, so that you can bring more and more discernment and find the answers you need for your next adventures. Okay, so this is the first message. The other message I have with N. Carson and the intellect is that you can use your intellect and your objective judgment to configure the space too. So sometimes we have this view that people need to be in a trance-like state, or people need to be, in an altered conscious state in order to think about their practices. But there's also an aspect of thinking of very mundane. I keep repeating this word, but I think this word is important for you if you're here in this reading up to this moment. People think that considerations like I should work 5 minutes every day in my meditation practices, or I should I should do it in the morning because my kids are still sleeping, or things like that, shouldn't be a part of it, unless, because if they are, this is not a true, honest to God spiritual process. And it is important to consider your intellect. It's also important to consider everything you've learned from books. So it's kind of like a balance here, between the intellect and the perspectives you gain on the symbols, because it's kind of like, as you approach the construction of this space, and then as it gets stronger and you feel safer in it, you see that there's no true division between what you learn from a more objective, mundane perspective and what you're getting connected with from a more spiritual perspective. There's not even a true separation between spiritual and material. What makes us believe that these two aspects are separated is simply the illusion of the 3D world where we live in. So it's kind of trying to bridge this gap by adding elements that feel true to you to this safe space that is then going to be the place from where you're going to meditate and find your answers. And with Mary Shelley loss, you still have to mourn some of the experiences you had over this past few years, because it's like you've learned from different traditions, different people, different relationships. They have actually added value to your life, but a lot of them have been heavy, they haven't been soft. Even if you can still see their value, you can still see their value in your life. So with gloves and wolf and milk in reverse, I'm being called to tell you that there are interpretations. I'm going to mention the interpretations, but I'm being called to tell you that you should meditate on these images, but not necessarily only focus on my interpretation, because I feel like for some of you, they could have different interpretations, right? What I see here, and I'm going to give you my interpretations, that for some of you, these tough experiences were related to an excess of elitism, an excess of arrogance, dealing with spirituality that didn't resonate with you. So it's like they're saying spirituality doesn't have to be arrogant, doesn't have to be highbrow, I think people say, doesn't have to be elitist, doesn't have to be something that is inaccessible. It's accessible to all. So this is a first barrier that you're trying to overcome. Also, it's very instinctive. It was instinctive to you as a child with the wolf here. It was something that you could do. It was an open channel that you're trying to reopen, and it doesn't have to be hard to reopen, because elitism and this sense of distance, this sense of having to put your gloves, your magical gloves, to do anything related to spirit is kind of what detaches you from your original instinctive gifts. And with milk in reverse, it's like you kind of forgotten over the course of your life that spirituality is supposed to feed you. in multiple levels. It's supposed to be the basic food that structures your bones. Okay, there's this place, and the stone is also milky, you see. That is supposed to be the core, it's supposed to be the fountain itself. You can have contact with the fountain itself, you don't need any religious practice. So this is basically what I see here, but I want to get some cards from the this oracle here, wisdom of the oracle, because they talk about specific positionings in the trajectory, which can also help us clear the fog. And we have 3 cards. We have fork in the road, up in reverse, number 13. We have no place like home in reverse, number 50, and we have deep knowing in reverse, number 43. They are all in reverse. So the reversals, first of all, I'm hearing, they talk about a moment in which you already know what to do. This is nothing negative. They talk about a moment in which you already know what to do, which is build this place here from which you can plan. Then with Monica's video, you're going to chart your course. If you go there, I strongly suggest you go there, but you already know what to do. And what you would need to be doing is strictly related to, for your next adventure, before you go on your next adventure, understanding that this is not really a moment to be overly concentrated on making tough decisions. Anytime you feel like you're facing a fork in the road, just kind of doubt, because this is not about having more options. This is about going deep within. So the external world is going to try to convince you there's this extra religion, this extra path, this extra course, this extra, and it's not about that really. You already have a lot of information that needs to be internalized and needs to be molded to whatever works for you in this space here. And with no place like home in reverse, what I see is you are not going to find this place outside of you. You're going to find this place inside of you. It's kind of similar to the reading for pile number 2, but I think the piles are they could be related, but not really, because the configuration I see here is of someone who already knows that mediumship has always been there, and then kind of went through a process of experimenting with how mediumship and spirituality is being dealt with in other religions and other practices in the world scenario and relationships, and I was coming back to a practice that feels more authentic to their own. And then with deep knowing in reverse, there's a very specific message. If you're watching this reading at the end of 2022, of course, this is a timeless reading, but if you're watching it at the time it's being uploaded, there is a very specific message that in the beginning of the astrological year of 2023, which is actually going to happen at the end of March 2023. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. At the end of March 2023, things are going to start getting momentum. And things are going to start getting a little frantic in your life. Lots of movement, basically, in all areas of your life. So it would be amazing if up to March 2023, you could have a better notion or more practice in going to this space within that you're configuring right now or are about to start configuring, if you feel like this suggestion is good for you, and have this place configured. Something like that, because you will really need this place of discernment to go to and to be in direct contact with spirit, is what they're saying. I also have to say that I'm going to get cards, affirmation cards for you to wrap up on this reading. I have to say that I am talking very fast. This is the reading in which I'm talking the faster than pile number 1, pile number 2. They were like calm energies, and I was talking, I don't even know how I was talking, but this energy is your energy. Pile number 3 is very, intense, and it's not necessarily heavy, even if I was feeling some heaviness, but I felt it I felt it as coming from the past, not present, as something that was kind of dispersing at this moment. But still, I feel a level of anxiety here that I need to address, to be, honest with what I'm experiencing right now, and also as a message to you. So I really do feel with this specific message that the configuration of this place here, it would be good if you didn't postpone it, in a sense that it would be good if you could dedicate every day a certain amount of time to the configuration of this place that you could go to. And again, with all of the elements that you could, I'm going to show this card again, with all of the elements adding elements from different perspectives, different symbolism that you consider to be appropriate, understanding that yes, you still need to mourn the difficult experiences you had with other religious practices and relationships that were trying to convince you need intermediation in order to speak to God, in order to speak to Spirit. Yeah, you need to mourn, but it's no time for mourning anymore, really. You need to configure the space because things are going to start getting momentum, and you will need a place to go for advice before your next adventure. You will need this this is the time to awaken for your mediumship, to start being your own oracle, basically. Now let's get your affirmation cards. This is such a beautiful reading. I have 2 affirmation cards, 3 affirmation cards for you. Yeah. The first says, there is nothing sexier than my authentic truth. There's nothing sexier than my authentic truth. Yeah. So, with this card, I have to tell you that, yeah, I think that there is a strong Venus influence in this card with the colors, with the moon, and with everything that we said before. I think that for some of you, and for most of you really, what I was talking about, that your religious experiences or spiritual experiences could be connected to, and the difficult experiences you had in this realm could be connected to romantic partnerships. They ended up connected to feelings of lack of self-worth. So maybe you kind of connected not being sexy enough, or not having enough of a self-worth, or not having enough of a self-esteem built, feeling unworthy, to the need of searching for spiritual validation outside of yourself. It's kind of a chaos here when it comes to needing romantic validation, needing validation out of a romantic relationship, and at the same time needing spiritual validation out of romantic partners. So maybe for some of you, got involved with ministers, you got involved with spiritual masters or teachers or preachers or some sort. This is for some of you. But anyway, there's nothing sexier than my authentic truth invites you to be authentic in the ways you communicate with Spirit, and invites you to review any notion you could have that there's a distance between mundane aspects of life, such as sex, the expression of love, romantic relationships, and spirituality. The other card we have here is my outer experiences are a reflection of my internal condition, which is, and I kid you not, I didn't see this card before. My outer experiences are a reflection of my internal conditions, which is another invitation not to reinforce the distance between material and spiritual, the internal and the external world. They operate together. The 3D reality we live in is the only thing reinforcing the illusion that those things are not connected, okay? And the third card says energy flows where my intention goes. Energy flows where my intention goes. So with this final message, energy flows where my intention goes, I'll leave you saying that if your energy is flowing to the building of your internal mental safe house, there's nothing you could be doing wrong. No effort spent in creating this internal mental safe house is energy poorly spent. Because if your intention goes to build this internal mental safe house, then you will have an internal source of discernment to clear the fog and free fall into adventure. Okay, so do not forget to check out Monica's video in Chemistry with Kismet Tarot. And I really thank you for staying with me up to this moment. I hope this reading has been helpful. And please leave a like, comment on your situation. I would love to hear all about you. It's been my pleasure to be of service. And that's it. Leave a like, comment, subscribe if you haven't already. Bye-bye, my lovelies. See you in the next reading. Hello, Pile 4. Welcome to your reading. And this is your reading on Clear the Fog. Clearing the fog is the first step whenever we want to just launch ourselves free falling into our new adventure, right? And this is the topic for my collab here with Monica from Chemistry with Kismet Tarot, which is a channel I love. As I start your reading, I'm feeling super duper excited, not only about the collab, but about the reading itself. There has been many different energies all over different piles, different readings I've been filming over the past few days for this specific video, and I have to tell you that your energy is quite amazing. So I don't know if you're already feeling what I'm feeling right now, and I thank your guys, my guys, for just like helping me tune into this energy. But if you are not feeling as excited as I am right now, I just hope I can I think that you're feeling like that in a moment, because it's just it's so amazing the way I see in this crystal. I'm going to talk about this in a moment. I feel like this anticipation for an adventure that's about to start in your life. And I even see some characteristics of this adventure. It's something that you've been expecting for quite some time. And it's being described to me as something that's not... It's something that's not perfect, because you see that this crystal here, it's beautiful, of course. And nothing's perfect in the 3D world. And this is part of the beauty itself. But this crystal here, it's been broken here, you see. And I always work with it for continuation spells, is how I call them, because it's been broken. So it talked to me about how flaws are specifically the parts of a body, of any physical body, through which light can actually enter and help us see all of the many different intricacies and details of its shape, right? As I can see here, and I hope you can see at least partially too. So whenever I want to work with a continuity spell, I work with this crystal. So it's talking to me about an adventure that you can already foresee, that is it's being welcomed to your life. It brings a sense of anticipation, and maybe you can't still see it properly. And Monica's video is going to talk more about that with Chart Your Course. But it's something that's going to bring you a lot of joy. And since this video is going to clear the fog so that you can launch yourself into the amazing oceans of this adventure, what I see here is that maybe this anticipation, this amazing happiness that I'm feeling right now, could be part of what's maybe leading you not to observe some points in which you need to be cautious about your plan, or maybe some prepping steps you need to observe. So maybe this is going to be maybe this is going to be a reading in which we're going to talk about preparation steps, but it's a very exciting reading. It's a reading that talks about the happiness of doing something that you wanted to do for a long time. The conditions are about to be met, the perfect conditions or the possible conditions are about to be met. I don't know if if it's already manifested in the 3D world or not. If I'm talking about something that you can already recognize in my speech tone, or if it's already resonating with you immediately or not. But I know that it's out there. Monica's video is going to bring more details on how to chart this course. But what I do know from this crystal is that it's not going to be exactly how you think. And maybe because when it comes, you feel super duper excited about it. Maybe it is important right now to clear the fog, not to overlook certain steps that if you take them while preparing are going to make your experience much more, like 100% more. I know I'm exaggerating, but like your energy for this reading is like overwhelmingly joyous. So bear with me for a while if you can. Are going to be make your experience much more fulfilling and all encompassing when it comes to spiritual development and to the pleasure that you're going to feel and to how much you're going to enjoy it. Okay, because even with this what I was mentioning about this crystal had been broken and light entering here, it's like there's something that you're not observing right now, or that you're not going to observe once the adventure starts, that if you make the necessary steps, if you prepare yourself the way that I believe is going to be suggested here, you'll be able to see more details of your adventure. You'll be able to maybe go at it slower, or maybe go at it, experience it in a more attentive way, or maybe have more time to do whatever you need to do so that you can. Yeah, what I'm getting is just like, you know, when you go on a trip and that at a certain point you wish you had brought your camera, you wish you had brought a map or you wish you had allowed for time to go to that extra ride, you know, and then you, oh my God, if I only had allowed for this and that, or if I only had brought this and this piece of equipment, or if I only, so clearing the fog for you is not necessarily, it's less of what's clouding your judgment or clouding your thinking. Exactly, but it's more of discerning what characteristics you have that when matching your next adventure would make it more profitable to you, or make it more pleasurable to you, so that you can experiment it 100% in tune with what's authentic to yourself. Okay, so that's it. That's what I got so far. But for this reading, I am going to read. I'm going to interpret the smoke of this incense here. This incense is composed of a resin made of breu branco. Breu branco is a woody resin from Pará, a region here in Brazil. There's no true translation, okay? I've searched a lot for a translation, for a good translation. It was going to be candle smoke reading, but then I distinctly heard it would be better if it were a breu branco smoke reading, because breu branco is a powerful conductor, a mediator, better saying, that lifts the veil between the higher realms and other dimensions and our 3D dimension, the dimension we live in. So I'm going to light it up and I'm going to read the smoke for further messages, for initial messages, better saying, on how to clear the fog for your next adventure. So stay with me for a while as I light it up. And of course, you can observe the smoke. I'm going to make my best. So let me just turn off the fan because it's really hot in here. So I have to work with my fan on and light the smoke so that I can concentrate on it. And I invite you to concentrate on it too. And of course, tune into your intuition and get your own messages as you please. Let me see if the smoke is visible on camera too, so that you can work with your own intuition. There's nothing to be afraid of. But fear itself. Yeah, okay, I've got it. Hope you got it too if you're observing the smoke. Pretty clear message. Let me just put it here to the side. Yeah, I'm going to explain my meaning. It's very common that the smoke comes in spirals. And I don't know if you've noticed, apart from a moment in which I kind of breathed heavily into the smoke, and then of course it kind of let me turn on the fan again because otherwise it's so hot in here. It's summer in the southern hemisphere, so of course I need the fan. Aside from apart from a time in which I breathed heavily into the smoke, so it kind of disrupted its pattern. What I saw was normally this smoke, and it has done so for 2 other readings, spirals. And in your case, before it spiraled, it started actually spiraling. It produced a very straight and upward, very upward going smoke, right? Almost like a straight connection to the other realm, if you want to interpret it like that. And then I heard there's nothing to fear but fear itself. So the first message I have for you, well, the second, apart from the crystal, of this reading is, with all of this feeling of excitement, there's nothing to fear for your next adventure. And there's nothing really that can cloud your vision in this next adventure, and nothing you can do as a preparation, but remembering that fear will always be a companion of yours and of any other human being, and it can show in very specific ways. And there are certain kinds of fear that you are already familiar with, and you can prepare before you undergo any next adventure in your life. Okay, so clearing the fog for you is addressing certain types of fear that have been your companions throughout your life. You already know they are, right as of now, unable to stand between you and your excitement. But of course, as you approach the date, the preparations, and as you're going to see if you so decide in Monica's video for the collab, as you start charting the course of your adventure, they are going to show up, these fears, but they cannot prevent you from feeling the excitement. The thing is, the more you honestly address these fears, that will, as I heard, always be with you because they are part of you and they are a beautiful part of you. The more you honestly and openly address them, your shadows, if you will, and the more you understand their purpose in your life, and the more you learn how to operate with them, the more prepared you'll be not to miss on the beautiful parts of the trajectory, the beautiful parts of the adventure. So I am understanding that once we open these tarot cards, we're going to be addressing, I don't know how many cards we have here because this varies a little from pile to pile, but we're going to be addressing specific triggers or specific situations in your life that bring about fears, reoccurring fears that are not as strong as they used to be at a certain point, but that will probably show up as the date, the actual preparation or making the suitcase, approach in your next big adventure, let's say. And so I am going to put a warning. I don't know what we'll have here, but I'm going to put a trigger warning out there anyway, that we're probably going to be talking about some painful things here. But I feel with the level of anticipation and excitement that's surrounding this spread, this reading, that if you're coming here and resonating with what I'm saying so far, this is going to be totally like a post-mortem, in the sense that you have already dealt with most of what I'm going to say, and this is just a reading on maybe different techniques and different strategies and suggestions and reminders that these things are going to still come up, but because they are a beautiful part of you, they should be honored too, and they should be dealt with too, so that you can take the full advantage and the most pleasure out of your next adventure. But please, if you feel like you're especially sensitive right now, or you're feeling like you don't want to talk about triggering events and you don't want to talk about your fears and you're not ready, then maybe you should stop watching this reading right now and leave it to a different moment, or maybe look for a different video, or maybe watch Monica's videos first. So I want to leave this disclaimer right here, okay? So I also feel like the Breu Branco, the smoke reading was saying that your path for this next adventure is really straightforward. It's something that you've been anticipating, whether you can already see what it is or not, because we're still not talking about charting your course, but it's also like a celebration, because it's based on everything that you've built. So if you came to this point in which we're going to talk about these fears, they cannot cloud your judgment completely. We're clearing the fog only in the sense of saying, maybe you have some level of expectation that these fears would never arise again, and maybe you have some level of anxiety that when they do show up, you feel like you're losing, you feel like you're getting back to step one, or maybe, which is very common, right? Because if we're talking about traumas, if we're talking about something that you had to invest a lot of effort overcoming, whenever they show up again, we could get scared. And it happens to me, like, how many steps have I given back so that these fears come up again? And then there comes a point in which we observe those fears and we understand that they are actually a part of us, and that our job is actually examining them all over again once they show up, and understanding, honoring, and cleansing, and and learning new ways of coping and dealing with them, and they become subtler and subtler. They become, the energy rises more and more and more, spiraling like the smoke of the Rio Branco normally spirals. In your case, it was not spiraling, it was straightforward. So it gives a clear message that this next adventure is going to be easier for you, and that we're clearing the fog only in a sense of understanding that you shouldn't be as harsh a judge of yourself as you sometimes are. Okay, so we're going to deal with these fears probably with these cards here. Let's see what shows up. And we're going to deal with the oracle cards too, with ways of preparing by examining what fears come up or will come up as your next adventure shows up, and you can understand these fears, dealing with these fears as a preparation, not only to clear the fog, but also even to know when the adventure is actually getting closer. Okay, it's a very healthy way to kind of feel the energy. Like, if I'm feeling this kind of fear, if I'm being triggered, it's because something amazing is about to happen. It's kind of what the reading is suggesting. If I'm being triggered, it's because something amazing is about to happen. But I'm totally confident that if I overcome this extra level of challenge here, understanding how shadows might be triggered by also positive events, then I'll be able to chart my course, as then we're going to see in more details in Monica's video. Okay, I hope I made myself clear. So let's see what tarot has for you in regards to this issue. Okay, first card we have is the Chariot upright, because they're turned to me. Okay, so I'm going to turn them to you. The Chariot upright, which is a lovely confirmation that things are going to start into motion. There's this level of anticipation, and also of the first fear we're going to talk about in a second. Then we have the Five of Cups in reverse. Sorry, let me turn it in reverse because it was in reverse to me. And then we have the Queen of Swords in reverse. Yeah, no, yeah, like this. Okay, okay. So with the Chariot upright, first we have an indication, an indicator, a contextual indicator that yes, your adventure is about to launch, and probably if you came to this reading, you already know what your next big adventure is. But talking about fears and triggers, it's kind of like you may feel like, let me get another card to confirm that, because I really feel like I know what it is, but I would really, no, too many cards. Spirit, give me one card. Yeah, exactly. Three of Pentacles in reverse. You already know either what this next big adventure is all about, or where it's going to take you at least, or you already feel the anticipation of a next big moment, project, trip, adventure, configuration in your life approaching. But then there's a fear that this adventure is going to put you in contact with a lot of different people. This fear is social anxiety. It has social anxiety spelled all over it. And as I was saying with the crystal and the smoke reading, it's something that you have already overcame. Okay, so I am probably not talking to people who, this could have been really serious in the past. That's why I said, if you don't feel strong enough to talk about it right now, maybe you should pause the video and maybe, watch it at another moment. But I really do not feel like I'm talking to people who have not overcame this social anxiety to a good extent. But overcoming is even a loaded verb because this is a part of who you are. Now, I want to talk about social anxiety a little bit more from a spiritual perspective. In your case, what I see is that social anxiety came from, and I want to confirm this with another card. Yeah. Social anxiety in your case with the sun here came from the need to be authentic to yourself, which was then met with a high adversarial energy from other people. I'm trying to see if you can see the cards well here. I hope you can see them properly. Okay? You are someone with a strong star energy, solar energy, someone who was meant to become a huge reference in this world. And with this specific red flag here in this configuration, let me show it to you. You were meant to bring something that is not only egoic, it's not only a star in the sense of social media star, artistic star, CEO vibe star, managerial star, you name it, but it's someone who, it's kind of a spiritual advocate star, you know, because red here is the color of not only the first chakra in its Vedic first Vedic representation, but it's also the color of devotees, right? There's a connection to a different bio in this reading, but I'm not going to tell you which because I don't want to influence your reading, okay, and your choice in options too. I'm really, no, I think if you see, you can see it better if I put it like this, okay? So if this flag here is like, you came to this world to be the representative, the spokesperson, the star that's going to bring about. It doesn't necessarily need to be in the format of like it doesn't have to be, what I'm being told is you don't have to even speak a lot. You don't have to, you could be a shy person. You could be an introvert, but there's something that you do in the world that shows the world what it is to be a spiritual guide, to be in tune with spiritual values, to be devoted to a cause that's bigger than you, okay? I do not necessarily see social workers, but I see someone who is attuned to a cause that's bigger than them, okay? And this is so clear to everyone all around you that depending on the energy levels of the people around you, it becomes even almost offensive, okay? But then it was a long process understanding that this is coming from them, not from you, okay? And if you're following me, social anxiety, as explained in psychology, is understood as the need for people. And okay, I'm not a psychologist and I don't have any kind of psychological study to back what I'm saying, but just my personal studies. But in very objective terms, social anxiety can be understood and researched at Google. Okay, don't just like turn all medical on me and go search for yourself, but it's understood as a difficulty in being in the presence of other people and expressing yourself and feeling actual physical symptoms whenever you have to express yourself or be in contact with a lot of people simultaneously, or with people that approach you in levels of intimacy that seem to enter your, whatever you consider to be your safe space, your safe zone, right? So if you're standing for a cause, there's something that happens to the spiritual level that this cause has an energy of its own, and you're standing for this energy. If you meet people with an energy that does not match this cause, and these people are then going to feel offended, it's like a clash in energies. The energy that you're standing for to many levels becomes your own. It is your own. And the clashing between what you find so important and you're defending seems like a clash to yourself, okay? In more objective terms, it's like when people step into or step on whatever you feel passionate about and you're trying to defend, it's like you're stepping on your heart. So it's a double pain. It's not like social anxiety because they don't like the color of your hair, or they don't like the color of your clothes, or they don't like the way you use your words. It's not social anxiety because there's something about your introversion that makes you inherently prone to developing this kind of configuration, social interactions in this world. It's not something as easily explained. It's related to your mission on this earth, because you feel like what you're passionate about is what you're supposed to be about as a mission on this earth. So if people are against, quote unquote, what you're supposed to be doing here, is like they're against something that's good, something that is supposed to be manifested. And in the end, ultimately, they are against you because you are standing for it. And not only standing by, but standing for it. And it gets a little bit confusing because it's like they're against you. Now, I want to be clear about that, and I really want you to understand my meaning. This is an imbalance. It's very beautiful because to be a channel of a cause like that, and to be able to stand in your power with strength and respect and dignity, is something that the world is frankly lacking right now. And I truly want you to understand my meaning. So this is delicate, and I want to be very careful talking about that. But in imbalance, when there's lack of balance, this is a lack of balance of devotion. This could become, and I don't know up to which extent it has become, an imbalance of devotion for you. Because this is also what generates some of the most cruel spiritual leaders. Because when there is lack of recognition between the limits of self and what we stand for, up to the point of people do not respect what I stand for, therefore they do not respect me, therefore they're stepping into my heart. Maybe we stop listening to people. Maybe we stop, and then we can have tyrants. I'm not saying that you're a tyrant or that you ever became a tyrant. I'm just trying to very respectfully understand the concept to its utmost consequences. Okay, so bear with me. When we have this level of connection with a cause, we can become the kind of devotee that really oversteps all kinds of limits and becomes the cause, in the sense in which they are then able to do almost anything to the detriment of their bodies, to the detriment of their health, to the detriment of everything that's most sacred about their lives, and stop listening to people. And then social anxiety becomes social attack, because they don't see any value in their life for what it is, even if they are unable to complete their mission, and their mission becomes their lives, and it all gets kind of confusing. So why did I want to talk about that? I don't see you as this kind of person that lost completely the the limit between cause and person, and I don't feel like you're leaving that, but I want to say that the fear you had, the social anxiety you had, could actually be seen as protection from becoming this kind of, there's a word for that, from becoming this kind of radical, because these people who are to many more levels or much more radical than you ever became, they get so lost in their own cause that they're not only socially anxious, they completely lose the grip of reality, and they then wear the cause as if it were their own body. And I believe that if you came to this reading and you resonate with what I'm saying, doesn't matter even if your cause is a religious cause, you can also understand the experience of fanaticism, even if you're not a fanatic yourself. Now, I'm sorry if it brings up triggers. That's why I wanted to give the disclaimer. I also think that the energy of excitement I was feeling in the beginning of the reading was so intense, because in the end, that this fear, I'm going to leave these cards to the side because this is the main energy of the reading. The energy of excitement you're feeling about your next adventure is precisely connected to this wound here of understanding that you overcame your social anxiety because you could see the benefits of being more helpful and being more healthy, being healthier in your approach to people, and being more careful, so that you didn't become, and so that you learn how to separate a little bit your social life, your personal life, your health, and the cause. That you learn that sometimes, because you learned that sometimes you could go to places in which you had an expectation of serving your cause, of teaching people, of talking about it, but you could still learn to give this step back. And if things were not working, you could just simply have fun. And in some places you could just relax a little bit and choose your fights, and not consider this as such a flaw, So I feel that for you, as you know that this next adventure is approaching, that it is connected to your passions, you have reached a level in which, yes, you are afraid that this social anxiety is going to come back. You are afraid that maybe you're going to get lost in your causes, and you're going to maybe resent other people that cannot understand. And you're going to, again, feel the pain of people not understanding what you're trying to say. Feel like they're stepping into your heart when you're talking about your cause and whatever is passionate and close to your heart. But you're also very happy because you know that any previous pain you had was preparing you to talk about this cause, especially as you talked before. You'd like to have this kind of opportunity. This next adventure is going to give you this kind of opportunity, but you are not as unprepared as you were before. You are not as you are not as unexperienced as you were before, and you can now understand that it is okay to protect yourself if you feel like a crowd or a group of people you're talking to is not open to your message, is not open to your cause. It is okay to preserve yourself. It doesn't mean like you're failing, So I want to get the oracle cards from the Literary Witches Tarot. For the other groups, I was doing this after I read all of the tarot cards, but for you, I want to get like a corresponding card for each tarot card, because since we're talking about 3 levels of fear, I want to get the oracle cards at least one oracle card, and I already have yours, and it matches perfectly. Like a piece of advice, how can you deal with, oh my God, yeah, it's like, how can you deal with each fear as it arises, as your adventure approaches and the fear is triggered? Yeah, and I have the rabbit in reverse, which is perfect. So I think you already know, and this is a confirmation that you know that you're going to be in touch with people. You are excited about the next adventure, and you know that it sometimes clouds your vision, thinking, am I ready to face people and to talk about my truth once again? I'm excited, but I don't know if I've learned enough. I'm excited, but I don't know if they are going to be offended about what I'm going to say, the way I put my truth out there. I'm so passionate about this concept, idea, belief. I don't know if I'm going to be triggered again by the way they talk about things that are so close to my heart. Okay. But then the piece of advice suggested by this card here, whenever you're facing with this level of anxiety, as you prepare, is that you do everything very slow with the rabbit in reverse. And when I say very slow, I'm listening here. I'm hearing that you're normally a person who is not impulsive exactly, but it's like you tend to skip preparation steps. So maybe that's why the clear the fog reading and the preparation steps are so important to you. You tend to get anxious and prepare less than you actually chart, which is Monica's video, right? You plan more than you prepare before you plan, if you know what I mean. So it's like it would be important for you to do any level of preparation, and to even while you prepare, while you chart, and while you're there living your next adventure, to do everything very well, slowly. And this going slow about it is relative, because I see like you normally do things very fast. When compared to other people, you're faster than most. So I'm going to give you an example of my own, because I also do things very fast normally in my everyday life. It's like my back's hurting. It's actually hurting. I have chronic issues, chronic back pain, right? They since I was born, most of them are like genetic problems. So sometimes I'm going so fast about things due to my anxiety issues that there's something that I can do every day in the morning that really helps me with my pain, which is simply putting my legs up for like 5 minutes. And because of my anxiety tries to convince me that putting my legs up in a 90-degree angle, supported by a wall, is going to like ruin my schedule completely. My anxiety, which has been worked with and for through the course of long years, I've been working with it through a long time. Is always there, because it's never going, like your fears is never going to completely disappear, but it's part of who I am, and it's something that I have to deal with. But somehow my anxiety tries to convince me that it's not my anxiety speaking, it's my intuition. And it tries to convince me that just putting my legs up against the wall for 5 minutes is going to ruin my schedule. And then after I connect to spirit and I connect to my practices and I finally put my legs up against the wall, I realized that it were only 5 minutes, and it was good for me, and my back's not hurting, and I feel fine, and my day is much better in terms of quality of life because of this 5 minutes. So what they're saying is, whenever you feel scared that the triggers are going to come back, the social anxiety is going to come back, whatever, go slow. And remember that this low is relative. Remember that anxiety potentially is telling you lies about how slow you're going. It's going to feel like putting your leg up across against the wall, or taking the extra sip of water you need, or talking a little bit slower. Realize how fast I'm talking right now compared to other piles, to two of the other piles where the energy was kind of calmer or maybe heavier. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. I'm talking fast because your energy is like that, faster. But just realize how anxiety can play tricks and try to convince you that whichever preparation you need in order to clear the fog and understand that these fears will be there, but they do not have to control your life and be responsible for your decisions. Understand that this is only a trick, and that you're never going to become a slow person. And furthermore, that there's nothing wrong about going slow at things. Okay? With this rabbit in reverse, apply it to as many situations you can in life, and you understand that your social anxiety has really been overcome. It's just a matter of understanding how you can operate with it in a healthy way, just like reminding constantly that you need to think about yourself first, because this is actually thinking about everyone involved. As my voice is changing its space right now, and this is because I'm tuning in this rabbit in reverse, and I'm starting to tune in the message behind the piece of advice here. It's like the antidote and the preparation for your next adventure, as is facing this fear and starting to go slow, allowing yourself the time to do everything slow, which also allows you to face the second fear here. The second fear, as I see here, is the fear of missing out. Okay? Because you're the person who's always trying to become the cause, advocate for the cause, and this is such a beautiful place. You sometimes get lost in advocating for the cause, and I see that your next adventure is all about the cause. It makes you excited as the cause gains space, whichever cause it is, whichever rendition of a cause we're talking about. It could be something as simple as your family getting an extra member, or you go into a different house, and could be something as big as a project to change the whole environmental scene. It doesn't matter, but it is a cause for you. It's something that you think it's beautiful to have a new family, to broaden your family scope, to dress in a different way, to create a new brand for your business, or to start a new social project. It doesn't matter. But whichever your new adventure is, it is related to this idea of a cause. And because you're so in tune with a cause, you always feel like you're losing, missing out on the fulfillment of being the person who's bringing this cause about, because there's so many things to do. Because in a cause, we never really complete in the cycle of a life path. We are creating a legacy that other people are then going to continue, right? Other people are then going to get whatever results that you were able to manifest in your lifetime during the span of a lifetime, and then just further develop them. But so there's no end line really, and anyone working from the spirit of a cause knows that. There are a lot of things to do. You can do them by yourselves, but even if you have a whole community, and even if it's something as simple as expanding on your family is going to live and live and live and expand, and there will always be things to do up to your last breath, right? So they are connected here. If you go slower, this is going to help you understand that from time to time, you will need to just simply stop and appreciate every second of the path. And this can start from the preparation steps to your next adventure. Stop to breathe the roses. Stop to smell the roses. Stop to think about what you're doing, but not only in analytical terms, but to consider the contribution that you're doing and how far it can go, and that all of the possible results that you cannot control are actually coming from you, from that very simple action that could be like buying a baby bottle or buying a cradle or filling in a form that's then going to finance the project, the environmental project, you name it. But any preparation you do for this next adventure, take some time to appreciate it, because if you take time to appreciate it, it's going to create this butterfly effect that is going to make you more able to then enjoy the full adventure as it starts. Whenever you feel triggered, like this man here, looking at the opportunities that you have already missed of seizing the moment and having pleasure with whatever you're doing in your life, whatever you're manifesting in the world, remember there are two cups that are always here standing in the future. They are not because there's an illusion going on in this picture here. In the context we're talking about, this man is looking at the cups that have been spilled, in the sense of I have been doing so much bureaucratic work, I have been planning so much, there's so many things to do, but this man thinks that these cups here that he could be enjoying, he can't see that these cups are here and they are still filled with joyful opportunities he could be drinking from. He cannot see, but there's an illusion. As he gives his back to these cups, it seems like these cups are in the past, but he forgets that there are always two more cups, two more cups, two more cups in the future. There's always an extra level of adventure to be seized. There are always moments to be seized for as long as we're alive. So part of your preparation, as you feel triggered, because you cannot take advantage of your own moments, of the moments that you're creating in service of this cause, part of your preparation is to start taking advantage of the moments you're living right now, you know? Let me get a card from the Literary Witches, just as an extra piece of advice for this specific configuration of your fears. And I have two cards here for this. I have Audre Lorde, Justice, which is perfect as a piece of advice, because it's like Audre Lorde, I don't know if you know this writer, this is an amazing writer, talking about the many injustice related to racism and structural racism. Brings a message that there's no true cause and there's no true social justice if it doesn't include you. So it's just like we were saying, if you have to defend a cause up to the point, and again, I'm not saying that I don't see this here with the amazing energy you have and you had in the beginning of your reading. If you have to defend a cause up to the point in which you cannot feel fulfilled, you cannot fulfill yourself by doing whatever needs to be done, you cannot feel the sense of adventure as you perform the steps you need to perform, then there's something wrong with your concept of justice, because true justice includes yourself. I always say that when I get the justice card. True justice includes yourself. True balance includes yourself. The balancing act needs to include your own demands, okay? So with this card here, and I still have another card, but with this card here, what I see is, as you slow down, you start being fair to yourself. You start considering, yeah, it needs to be good to myself too. I need to make justice for myself too, and justice for myself needs or comes from understanding that I need to feel pleasure with whatever I am experiencing right now, okay? It doesn't matter if I'm trying to defend oppressed people from something that is really, really hard to experience. No matter how difficult the experience is, no matter how I'm going to advocate for them, there's always some time for a teacup. I have the teacup in reverse. Okay, it feels like whenever you're triggered by the fear of missing out on your own life because you have to defend a cause, you should simply sit down and have your own teacup. And of course, this is metaphorical, and this is a symbol of anything that you could do to feel better and to have a moment of comfort and self-care. But what they're actually saying is, in your case, it's different because it's a part of your preparation for adventure. It's a part of clearing the fog. So it's very interesting. This reading is not about exactly bringing you information on things that you do not see. But it's like discernment for you is related to very practical attitudes that you need to have as a preparation for any kind of adventure that are related to leaving the preparation, being in the moment, being in the present, and overcoming anxiety related issues. Because it's like, if you do not prepare, if you simply skip from adventure to adventure, it's like you cannot even recognize that that's what you're doing. You're going from adventure to adventure as you defend a cause. Everything gets too serious. And with the energy I was feeling in the beginning of this reading, with the anticipation, excitement, joy that you may already be feeling, or maybe it's a promise, it's a future promise that this reading is doing to you, for you. What they're saying is, if you could go slower and if you could take moments from time to time for this metaphorical teacup here, this whole experience of going from what maybe you see as responsibility to responsibility, when facing your cause, when defending your cause, could be going from adventure to adventure. So it's a shift in perspective. And in this sense, it's really clearing the fog. But I feel like for most of you, you already know this process. You're confirming a lot of the things you've been studying. You're confirming a lot of the attitudes. And you're also facing fears that have already been dealt with at a certain extent. And as you approach this next level of adventure that you're so excited about, there may be triggers. Am I going to again feel socially anxious, meeting a new group of people, going that I see like upsizing, or maybe going to facing this extra challenge when defending my cause? Am I going to get socially triggered again? And when I start doing this project's maybe a little bit more complex, so am I going to have the time to treat myself? And they're saying open a space for that from the preparation moment, from before even you start charting your course, And the third fear with the Queen of Swords in reverse is that your mind is not going to be, it's like fear of the fog itself, that your mind is not going to be clear enough to find the better places, the better solutions, the better strategies to deal with the problems yet to come during your adventure. And then for that, I have already a card here, which is the skull, which is very, very interesting. I'm going to leave them here like that. Okay, very interesting, because it's like for you, and then I come back again to that imbalance of being a devotee to your cause. For you, it's like, if I'm not able to defend my cause, not to the level of fanatism, not to the detriment of your own health and safety, physically speaking, but there is a level to which you feel like if you're not able to be the best defender of your cause, it's like you you are not able to see yourself as a survivor. So maybe the cause you're defending is very connected to what you have yourself suffered in childhood or through your teen years, which is something very common for us to see. We defend the cause that we would like to have seen defended when we needed help, okay? And it's a beautiful process to try to offer other people what we didn't have when we were younger, when we were in need. But the thing is, it creates a connection between an illusionary connection between what our survival and our efficacy. It's just like, if we are not efficient, it's like we're not going to survive. And that's not true, and I think you already know that. It's not true, like I was saying, that if at a certain meeting people are not open to your cause, then it means that you failed, and then it means that you're not going to survive, metaphorically speaking. You are afraid that you may feel triggered, that you won't have the necessary mechanisms to be the best representative for your cause, because you feel like if you don't have what it takes to defend your cause, then you won't psychologically survive. Get back to that place of a victim that you once felt you were in. And this is very scary, but it's not actually true. You're out of this place. You are doing this as a service to the world and to your cause, but you are out of the most dangerous place, as I see it here, of being a victim of whatever. You not only overcame this place, but you're now able to help other people who are experiencing the same level of stress. And it doesn't even have to be a cause that actually puts other people's lives in danger, but whatever it is, you overcame the place in which you need to be, to have the service that you are providing. So you are at a different level so that you can help other people right now. And what they're saying is, just as you prepare for your next adventure, remember that what you're doing is service, is not something that you need to prove to anyone that you can do, because it's more than proven. This, together with going slower about it and taking your time to sip on the pleasurable moments the road itself offers, is going to help you prepare for your next adventure. Now, I want to get some extra cards from the Oracle, the Wisdom of the Oracle cards here. I already have one. Buy the book in reverse. Makes perfect sense. Number 11 has already been here for another spread. And then we have two more. We have Building Blocks in reverse. And we have Loyal Heart, also in reverse. Okay, so again, it happened for another group. It happened to another group. They are all in reverse, and reversers here are talking to me about the need to go about the preparation in a very slow pace. And they are also bringing important themes for you to consider as you clear the fog of your fears of maybe not being enough, or maybe missing out. Things that can actually not diminish your excitement for this next adventure, but that, if worked properly in this lower pace and with gratitude for what's being presented and taking the moments to enjoy every preparation step, are going to enhance the possibilities of fulfilling yourself during this adventure. The first thing they're saying is you need to honor your way of doing things. This next adventure is going to be done based on what you have learned, not based on test and proved methods. So, whatever you're doing, just remember that it's going to be done in the way you've learned by experience, not in the way books suggest. Okay? This is very important for you at this moment because it seems to me that you're very experienced dealing, be it personal experience or the many projects you have around the topic that you're working with. It seems to me that you're very experienced with your cause, whatever way is manifesting right now for your next adventure. So it's about finding your own way of working your cause into the world. It's not about following rules. Now, with building blocks here, is just remember that you're not starting. Remember that as this new adventure arises and during the preparation, you are not a newbie in any way, shape, or form. You are the person who is going to be guiding other people, who are going to be the counselor, who are going to be in the leader position, stepping up your game and being the person who is offering new pathways, new approaches. So that's why it's important you're in touch, that you're in touch with your own ways of making things. And with loyal heart in reverse is be careful with your levels of expectations on how people are going to react to what you say, and also on how fast they are going to answer to your suggestions. Because what I see here is a situation like that. Let's say that it's an environmental project. So you tell people, we should organize a party, a fundraiser, for example, in this next adventure, this next project. And then this group of people take a while to just like get as excited as you are with this idea. Do not simply discard the people or the idea as if you were not a good leader, or the idea was not good, or the people are not good. Just give them time. Remember that you're faster than most people, and that in the end, you're the person that has this vision. You're like the manager of the fire and the manager of the vision. You are the person responsible for like the encouragement and the maintenance of the vision. So you need to be very careful and patient with the people around you. Do not discard them as not being loyal hearts. That's why I think this is in reverse. In the end, this whole spread is talking about giving people and processes time. This is not only something, oh my God, I need to be patient for my next adventure. This is also giving you the opportunity of not feeling like you're missing out constantly, of actually taking pleasure and having your cups of tea, of going slower and then turning this into a joyful process. See the bright side of it. In the end, this is going to be good for you. Now I'm going to get some affirmation cards just to wrap up this game and this spread for you. Oh my God, lots of cards. No, I just want a couple of affirmation cards. Let's see what we have for you. Okay, 4 affirmation cards for you. I'm going to take them all. The first one says, hope is the conduit for miracles. Hope is the conduit for miracles. Yeah, I see that your fears, they can sometimes prevent you from tuning into the hope that you're going to feel about your next adventure, like the flame kind of tunes down. And hope is the true conduit for miracles. So if you work through these fears in preparation, if you understand where they're coming from and you go slower about them, about things in general, then hope is going to be there for you as an ally, as a conduit for miracles. And you need these extra ingredients to feel the joy of doing what you do. Happiness is my birthright. How adequate and perfect, really. Happiness is my birthright. Yeah, you not only deserve, but it's also an efficient miracle, an indicator from spirit that this cause is going to be defended even better if you understand that happiness is your birthright. Happiness is also a conduit in the sense. Happiness is not only your birthright, but it's there's nothing that comes from not being happy, from feeling miserable when you do whatever you need to do defending your cause. The other thing I have for you is the universe has my back, so you're protected in everything that you do. Such a beautiful card. And finally, we have, I let go of the shadow of the past by seeing someone for the first time with the eyes of love. So yeah, you've been working through these fears for a while. That's why you can see that your next adventure is going to bring you closer to a future in which defending your cause does not prevent you from feeling happy, joyful, from going slower, from taking as many cups of tea as you need, and from feeling truly. There was a sentence that I heard a couple of weeks ago that is, I feel satisfied and more than satisfied with my position in the other things. I think this sentence, this affirmation could be important to you too. And I leave you with that to watch the second part of this collab, which is chart your course for this next adventure in Chemistry with Kismet channel with Monica. I hope you have enjoyed this reading. If you did, please comment down below on the specificities of your mission. Thank you so much for staying up to this point, and I really loved your participation here. Let me know more about it. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. Thank you so very much, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.